Doobie doobie doo. Be doobie doobie boo doo boo boo boo.
They're nut jobs, troublemakers.
They're nut jobs.
Will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts.
This guy just set a pic with the bus.
And their views are
Beautiful.
MAGA.
Ronnie?
Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired by Fox, and he's never been the same. He's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, he said, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie-Okelly question at Crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she's not. Will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit.
Doobie doobie doo.
Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alec Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the New York Times, and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them.
I never thought Megyn Kelly was radical left,
They're not
right?
MAGA, writes the president.
Left,
They're
right,
losers
left.
just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I can get them on my side anytime I want to. But when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy.
Please hit the thumbs up button,
country
guys.
affairs.
We are underway. When they call, your phone not ringing is me not calling. The sound of your phone ringing is me not calling, baby. Woo! Let us... Hey, what's up, Jerry? How you doing, bro? Let us get underway tonight. It's not been a busy day today. Tried to spend some time on taxes. That went south really fast. As you'll see in tomorrow's video. The reason why. And for those of you who have been wondering where Mrs. Miller went all these years, she will be making a return engagement tomorrow on the channel. Enjoy. Mrs. Miller will return. Okay, do we have a spot to park? We don't know. We're going to take the end spot over here, I guess. There we go. All right, stand by, guys. I'll be back in a minute. right, that boy works at Harbor Freight. All right, Speedway. Who's on the Speedway, baby? All right, if you didn't see it, I uploaded a video. Yeah, we were hanging. They actually got Bobby to get out a little bit. Let's see if we can get out of here without smashing into anything. So welcome aboard, everybody. It's we're getting ready for a couple days of rain here. Seems hard to believe, but I guess I'll believe it when I see it. It's been so dry. There's the van, baby. There's the van. Oh, Roosevelt, that van is so fine. So fine. Like a fine wine. What's going on, Dr. Frankenstein? How you doing? Strap myself in here. The humidity is up. The temperature's delightful. Well, some people do. There are some gas stations that are affiliated with 7-Elevens. I've seen them in Las Vegas. I don't know if I've seen one in California here. We do have Circle K. It has gas stations. We have that 76 station, which used to be a 7-Eleven, but they lost their franchise for being shitty. All right, thank you, Senorita. There we go. We had to let the Senorita cross and shake that jiggly butt. So welcome in. I got nothing today, guys. I'm gonna have some spaghetti tonight, some restaurant quality sketties tonight. I already made the noodles. I have a taste for Italian. I haven't had Italian in I don't know how long. Provided it doesn't rain, we'll scoot around downtown a bit. But I definitely need the coffee today. It's not often I blow my top, and when I blow my top big, as you'll see tomorrow morning. Sometimes you just gotta go nuts. What are we doing? We're delivering cushions. We don't know. We're moving in. We're moving out. We don't know what we're doing. Are we moving in? Are we moving out? Are we moving to Iran? Are we hanging out in Lebanon? Yeah, it's nice weather here. We're supposed to get the rain's supposed to be moving in tonight, though. But I'm enjoying the sunshine for sure. And the good news is 2 days of rain should really set those plantings very well outside. Every time you go to put transplants in, you really need some natural rain to come down and set those babies in good. And that way you build a lot of root structure in a very short, relatively short period of time. Yes, it was very, yeah, I don't know if he's always been skinny as a rail. But when you go through chemo, you lose your appetite quite a bit. So he's always been very skinny. But he has a pretty easy treatment regimen. I think the prognosis is pretty decent coming up. So he's always been skinny, but he enjoyed being with us. He enjoyed watching. We watched the Giants game, and then we watched the A's game afterward. With the A's having the glory of beating the Yankees in Yankee Stadium, which is always a plus. So I hope all of you are doing well. Yeah, thank you, Doctor. How you doing? How you doing? See, that's what intercession is all about, asking other people to do stuff on other people's behalf. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, he's very skinny, yeah. But he's always been skinny. I think his appetite, he ate all that cheesecake last night. I was shocked, and tucked into that prime rib was really good. And it was nice to pick that with the sweet potato. That was delicious. So welcome in, everybody. It's a pretty quiet day news-wise from what I can tell. I had to run over to Best Buy and I had to run over to Costco. So I was really kind of out of the flow. Today I know we're trying to work through this ceasefire. And I think the president was finally able to get Netanyahu to lighten up. Which is no mean feat. I think we're going to go in a deep spot today. Let's go in a deep spot. Let's go into the deep one here. I'm pretty hungry today. So I have a fun video coming out tomorrow morning, a real old school one like I used to do. I think you guys are really going to get a bang out of it. People say, Rosie, you never lose your cool. You never rant or scream or... Well, I lost it today, man. I lost it today. Netanyahu, yeah, and Bibi. What's up, Berm? How you doing? All right, so let's get fired in. We got Nature Boy dancing around over there. Tonight, we're trying to conserve fuel here. I have a feeling this thing is a long way from over, and but it's nice to have a two-week interregnum period, provided things hold together. But we'll have to see how it all shakes out in the end. But I don't see victory right now for sure. I don't. It's pretty flaccid looking to me right now, but you guys might feel different. Yeah, what's going on, Deja Vu? Rolling with Rosie. I'm going to roll myself some sketties tonight. I have a taste for Italian. We're going to break out some of the, we're going to be using the real restaurant style, the way that they make spaghetti in restaurants and things. It's far different than with the red sauces that you see and all that kind of stuff. And it's very fresh and it's very delightful. And it's just really makes a good, you can learn some things on YouTube. And it was good that this guy showed me how to do it. I never knew pasta water was critical for it before, but it is. It is, yeah. So we're rolling with me today. We'll probably be walking around a little bit. I need to have a cup of coffee. I'm pretty tired. I got really pissed off and I had to run over to Best Buy today, and it just broke up my day. Because it was about 12:30, and I didn't expect I'd have to make a trip over there. But finally, I just threw in the chow, and I just said, F5, man. F it. F it. And you'll see the results tomorrow in the video. So, people have been asking me about travel stuff. If the weather clears a bit, I would like to go on a trip. I don't think it's going to be a super long one, but we haven't been to Reno since 2020. Just when the pandemic began in like April of 2020, we ended up in Reno, and they were just. I don't know, there was a lot of stuff that was shut down. I'm trying to remember, like down on their Main Street down there's like 8th Street, there's some tough areas. There they have a huge homeless place, and I think it was too dangerous for people to stay. I think it was too dangerous to stay at the hostel. Yeah, how you doing, Judy? The boss, the prime rib. Yeah, the prime rib was really good. I like it, medium like that. And it was very well done. They had smoked that the day before, and then just reheated it. And I think that the yams really paired with that very well. They were the sweet potatoes really were a nice change up that I really enjoyed. Me in Tahoe next ski season. Yeah, I'm not sure. Deja vu. You get a little older, and you're a lot younger than I am, I guess. But the knees start to get a little. Knees start to get a little shaky, and one of the worst things I think you can do when you're older is to blow out a knee. All of a sudden, if you're an extremely active person like I am, it could be a potential death sentence to just be immobile for a long period of time. So I'm not really down with that. I guess we have young lovers around today. Yeah, soaking the sun. So I'm not, I have skied a few times in my life. I've enjoyed it. I'm a pretty good skier. I tried to get Janet to go about 10 years ago, 10, 13, 10, 12 years ago, but she prefers to sit around the fireplace in the chalet and look out. Well, okay, you're my age. Well, I'm just saying, back in 1985, I got in a tremendous bar fight in Baltimore, and I gave pretty good, man. But I had a bouncer had me behind, underneath the shoulders, holding me, and the other bouncer came up and twisted my leg all the way around. So. That was a painful summer recovering from that. So I'm not, sometimes I feel like I might blow that out a little bit. It's not the strongest knee, but if you break a hip or you break a leg or something like that, or you blow out a knee, that can really have a tremendous impact on your health, and your everything can go to shit at that point. Please hit the thumbs up. It is appreciated. We got almost 40 people. I'm deep in the slot here today. Yeah, it's not just it's got to be more than a knee sock, and you could hurt yourself even more, Dr. Frankenstein, if you don't flex your knees when you're skiing and stuff. So it's kind of like, and then worst case scenario, you do a Sonny Bono and you kiss a tree, and then it's over, and that's no bueno either. Yeah, you only live once. Well, not for this cat. I've done all the. I can go a long time. I can't say I was unhappy, but you guys heard me crunching through the snow at the New Jersey end of the George Washington Bridge up there, New York, New Jersey. You heard me crunching through the snow. That was enough for me. That was enough for me. Well, they have bunny slopes. They have small graduated slopes, which are fine. You get the feel of it and stuff. But I've never done the big, black diamond, double black diamond, pro level stuff. Just simple stuff, intermediate hills and all that kind of stuff. Because quite frankly, I don't like being cold. I don't like being out in the cold. So that was enough of a hoodoo for me in New York, New Jersey there for that. And plus we had it was the first time in years I'd been in an active snowfall with snow coming down and everything. That took some good. That was kind of strange too. So I do enjoy being in an area here where I don't see snow in wintertime, and maybe once every 15 years you might get a few flakes in the air. That's the way I like it. But as far as going out and actively skiing, nah. I would much rather be in Yuma, Arizona for the Yuma, Arizona or Palm Springs for the winter. To be in a place that it snows. It's why, when Naomi talks about her love of Norway and stuff, I'm like, okay. I mean, it's a beautiful place, but it's probably gets a mite chilly in the winter time. I don't know. So turning to overseas, I have a feeling that the president spoke to Netanyahu today and said to him, "Man, you got to call off your dogs in Lebanon. This could jeopardize the whole temporary ceasefire or whatever." So I think he's called that off. I mean, I was shocked yesterday that like 200 some people were killed in active operations. It was insane. What's going on, Trixie? I would like sitting in the ski lodge. You're like Janet. She would like to sit in the ski lodge having a glass or two of Chardonnay and forget about the slopes. But yeah, I just have a hard time, Dr. Frankenstein. Maybe you can help straighten me out a little bit. I don't think we're holding the best hand that we could possibly hold going forward. I mean, we have a hand, but I don't know, at the end of it, I'm not quite sure how it's all going to turn out. There's when the Strait of Hormuz goes from being open to traffic, and then it becomes a place they're going to be collecting money per ship that comes through. It seems to me, I'm not sure if that's moving forward or it's not. Anyway, you do it as best be happy is. Yeah, I don't know. You live in an area, you live near Pittsburgh, deja vu, so you're used to cold, and it can be damp there, but it can be dry too. That Ohio River Valley. Yeah, so I don't know. It's going to take a long time to get the shit unstuck in the world after all this energy was bottled up there. Even our Gulf allies, they're like deer in the headlight. They're like deer in the headlights over there now. Yes, we're charging. So I am thinking about heading up to Reno. I think a lot has probably changed. They probably took down a lot of downtown, the old blown out buildings, and some of those ratty motels that they used to have over there. Well, the goals they need to grow a pair and TCB. Take care of business, man. On the one hand, Dr. Frankenstein, I think they're just fearful of being just outright pulverized, and then they see the destruction of infrastructure that was wreaked on Iran, sparing a lot of the civilian infrastructure, but there was a lot of damage done, and I don't think that these Gulf economies have the depth of they don't have very deep economies. They have very very thin economies. It's like oil or petrochemicals, and that's it. There's nothing else. So if you were to hit that stuff, they'd have a hell of a difficult time making money. But ain't a lot of people rushing back to Dubai, I can tell you that. You basically put an X on that for the next 2 weeks and said, yeah, it's your own risk. Yeah, you can come in and stay at your $36 a night, $40 Hyatt Regency and enjoy the time of your life. Not sure if I'd be doing that. What do you think of the Lebanon ceasefire with Hezbollah? Is that in force, or is that been talking? Is that a talking? Yeah, with Israel. I don't think Israel would have stopped unless the president said, "Look, man, you're putting the whole potential deal in the Middle East in jeopardy here with this crap. It's like you guys are running a real Class A shit show up there. What'd you do? You took out 260 people in one day or something? I mean, you just went nuts." No, so you look, I don't think, I mean, check me if I'm wrong, Dr. Frankenstein. I just don't know if peace will ever be in the cards over there. One thing I can say, in my lifetime, there's never been peace over there. I went through all the nonsense with Golda Meir, all the nonsense with Arafat, all Moshe Dayan, who else? Ariel Sharon, Bibi Netanyahu. And I think now you have a lot of people that are very pissed about the state of how much destruction has been done. The state did. How much destruction's in France just took one gold delivery from the U.S. Federal Reserve. Yeah, I caution people, don't be thinking gold and silver are going to be returning anytime soon to their former levels. We had a massive uprise. It's going to take a year or so to consolidate that rise. But there's no way in the future of the world that it's not going to be a big part of it. And you look at inflation started ticking up to 3% today. I think some shit's starting to go up again. I'm kind of sensing, I went around Costco, and I've noticed just every time I go in, I like to benchmark a few products, and every time I go in, I notice that prices are moving. And I also see the guy that works at the chicken place making the roasted chicken. Those guys look angry. They just get tired of dealing with the bird all day. Greasy chickens. What's up, Brett? I don't know if the Federal Reserve has gold, but the United States Treasury there's no love lost right now between France, England, and the United States. And then Keir Starmer comes out and says, he's tired of the world being caught between Putin and between Russia and the U.S. Yeah, they looked a little bit angry. Hey, Veronica. And I was looking over and I'm thinking, these guys don't look happy. And then I think about the floor, and I think about how much during the day the grease, just a little dot here and there, and they're kind of sliding around in their Nikes, and everything is just greasy. The air is just greasy, and trying to put the chickens in the bag is greasy. And it's like the guys are like, this is merciless, man. This is cruel. It's like, we know Costco's not making money on these chickens, but the people go nuts if you don't have the chicken. So it's like we're punished. Russia and the U.S. Yes. Yeah, he said that today, that he's tired of the world being energy being caught between Russia and the United States. I think he's probably more worried about being caught in a country that is going to have to face some very hard budgetary choices coming up to keep that population happy. Yeah, it's going to be a tall order there. I heard there's some areas of London that some people can't even go into anymore. People love the Costco roasting. They need to stop starting shit. This is Britain. This is all Britain's creation. That's what I've said. That's what I said 2 weeks ago, Dr. Frankenstein. If we really want to lay blame, we look at the ham-fisted way after World War I that Britain imposed their mandate on the Middle East, and it was willy-nilly, and it's been a mess ever since. Straight lines across regions with multiple ethnic groups. Suddenly they're on one side of the line and the other part of the family's on the other. It's a mess. That's where the real, and then this Zionism, this wanting to put a state into basically the heart of the Ottoman Empire over there. What was the Ottoman Empire? Boy Blue, in many ways they are to blame. And I don't say they did it with malice, but it's still, you can still call a screw up a screw up. I mean, there's nothing, I'm not saying something that people don't already realize. It's the building nukes. There's so much leadership that's been decapitated in Iran that universities of research have been reduced to rubble, and laboratories, and data, computer systems. One wonders how much is really left to reconstitute that program. Or months or years away, months or years, and that has been we're going to have bad for that. I think that Netanyahu was convinced that had they had a nuclear weapon, they would unleash it immediately on Israel. That's a tough call. That's a tough call. In my mind, you'd be signing your own. You'd be signing your own death warrant if you did that. Veronica, we really don't know. We're on the outside. We don't really know the full extent of the information that people on the inside know. Do people manipulate stuff? Of course they do. We manipulate as much as anybody. When you see Pete Hegseth standing up there and talking about this and that, we sunk this and we sunk that, and it's like, you know, we went from unconditional surrender to sucking down Iran's 10 points. It's a big shift. What's going on, Angus Kisses? How you doing? Like I said yesterday, you got to call a spade a spade. You can't put lipstick on a pig. So when people say, "Oh, you're not middle of the road," yeah, I think yesterday proves I'm pretty much middle of the road. What's going on? What's going on, Tara? Now I see the next generation of terrorists being trained up. They'd have that twinkle in the eye, that gleam of hatred. It says it's better to die like a martyr than live like a simp. Deep clean, yeah, that's deep clean is something, man. Good for you. It's like Mr. Z got a lot of work done. Oh, jeez. I guess her battery connection was loose. Your thoughts on Russia and Ukraine? They losing? Well, it's another case where, boy, Blue, check me. I think when this war began years ago, that they had the idea this is going to be a pushover. And again, they miscalculated on the amount of territory that Ukraine is a big country. You know, how many tens of thousands of soldiers have died? And boy, Blue, think about when you go to war, you draft your young men. I'm not sure if young women are frontline military in Russia or Ukraine. But I'm saying you're sending out the cream of the crop of your gene pool. And then what you have at home, after they're all dead, you regenerate your population base, and you're kind of fucked. Pardon me for saying so. So, do I see an end to that? No. Does Putin see an end to it? No. In some ways, I'm sure he wishes that he never started that shit. Grabbing Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula, was one thing. Hell, that's just the Crimean War of 1856 revisited again. But the bigger grab, one thing that's happened, and you have to agree, Dr. Frankenstein, there's been a tremendous advance in weaponry. Has been born out of this. Before this all started, drones were something we just flew when we wanted to get overhead views when we're traveling and stuff. And now look at what they got drones doing. And now they got lasers. Yeah, I mean, that's right. Think about it, Boy Blue. I mean, think about the tremendous advancement in warfare that all of a sudden it becomes cheaper now. All of a sudden, the F-25s, F-47s, whatever the hell it is, they look like, you know, they look like a bad economic bet when you can do thousands of drones. They have been a huge, hey Simplex, they have been a huge game changer, and also Britain has been demonstrating their laser anti-drone technology too. So, no, I was down with my friends yesterday. Hopefully you took time to see the video today, Simplex, this morning. I didn't get back till later. I wanted to put that together so I could roll it this morning, so it took some time last night to get that together. So I think Russia started producing these drones using Iranian technology, and then the Ukrainians started to develop effective countermeasures for it. That's what I think shocked the Russians. I think they thought that they would just roll east, get the job done, and be home to unwrap the Christmas presents. Didn't work out that way. Please hit the thumbs up button. Yeah, the place always looks great. Man, they get double header, painted the house, painted the car. Got a new car? Wow. Yeah, it's like, well, when are you getting a new car? I'm like, the van's running good. Hey, Avion, how you doing? The van is running well. That wind's kicking up, which means that I can see the storm clouds gathering over the west here. So I believe Putin tries to think of a way that he can disengage, but it's got the same problem as Trump. It's very difficult to face the idea of losing face. But boy, have a lot of people died. Yeah, all is really good. Yeah. Is there a bed in the van? There is a shelf that I have a sleeping bag on if I travel. I might want to do an overnighter. So it's been very costly, that war for Russia. And as Dr. Frankenstein said, Ukraine's gotten a real pipeline flow of money from us. Every time they make it through a winter over there, they're in the clear in Ukraine. Poor baby Dan with that guy tweaking out of his mind. No, this is a Ram ProMaster City van, 2016. And knock on wood, I haven't had to do a damn thing. 151,000 miles, and I haven't had to repair a damn thing on it. Not even changed oxygen sensors, fuel injectors, nothing. The only thing I did at 150,000 miles was change the coolant fluid to get some of the, revive some of the anti-rust properties. So I've been reluctant to think about another vehicle. Now that I have the truck properly titled, I'm pretty much covered. was missing the Iran war. I'm a little bit tired. Hey, look, we weren't here last night, but I guess it's the night before. But these are very trying times. And a lot's going to change in the political landscape coming up. There's going to be, I'm going to tell you one thing, Angus Kisses. There's going to be a lot of fallout from this action. You have the extremes. Some people are happy as hell, the Lindsey Grahams, and then on the other end, you got people that think the president has lost his mind. So you can pick your platter right there. Change things. Yeah, I'm a little hesitant, Veronica. Hey, Alan, I'm a little hesitant to call too much too soon in the midterms. Because in so many ways, it's easy to say, but the Democrats look horrendous too. The slate of characters in there are just terrible. You know, what we need on both sides is some younger people to step up that aren't radicals, that are more centrist, but I don't think that that's going to be possible. You know, you have a lunatic fringe on both ends. Boy Blue asked if Trump got played. Look at it this way, Boy Blue. Which person in the Middle East has the ear of the president? Which person in that whole Middle East, from Cairo to Istanbul, which person has the ear of the president? Are we on a slow boat to China? No, China doesn't get involved in adventuring. They let their money talk. They learned long ago that all war does is deplete your treasury. That's right. Of anybody that has the president's ear, Bibi Netanyahu. So Boy Blue says, did we get played? If somebody makes the call to the White House in mid-February and says, Mr. President, I dread to tell you this, because I know you're going to freak out, but we have pretty good evidence from Mossad that Iran is about a month away from bolting up a nuclear weapon. Are you sure? Mr. President, this is Israeli intelligence. Remember, we're the guys that put the pagers into the hands of the Hamas and blew them up, right? I mean, we're pretty slick. And you know what? That might have been the reality. Iran gets toll booth straight. I'm not sure if that's going to be a done deal. It's hard to make that look like a positive thing. Unless the United States is sharing in the tolling of the strait. That's 2 days in a row, Fred. I watched the game yesterday. The fine game. It was cold. It was 40 degrees up there. But I think most people, or Boy Blue, I believe most people think Israel is the force behind this action that we took. And I think that the average Iranian citizen is probably foaming at the mouth now to, to get a shot at Israel. So we probably grew a whole new crowd. Money, 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 money. Do I think that Netanyahu lied? I'm not able to answer that question. Do I think Iran was moving towards a nuclear weapon? Of course I do. There's no point when you sit on some of the largest reserves in the world that you need to so aggressively pursue a nuclear program. It just doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Is this arrogance combined with economy? Who are we talking about, Fred? You got to put a proper noun in there. Nothing is. I visited my visit to the White House in early March had nothing to do with that. Trump and company. Let's see. Are they truly deceivable? I don't say. I'm very hesitant to use the word evil. But on the other hand, I'm uncomfortable when it constantly invoking, God and it's Old Testament Book of Esther mentality and stuff. There's just a misfit. There's something there. I don't know, but who am I to judge? Yeah, they have so much. They just they got more oil than they know what to do with, just like the United States has more oil than we know what to do with. So I think this thing is going to play itself out through the summer. It's going to be hot. It's going to be sweaty. It's going to be crackling in the Middle East. And Hezbollah is not some monolithic, unified fighting force. It's oftentimes small bands of militia that just decide to engage in their own actions. Why don't we ask Pat to get rid of their nukes? I think because Pakistan hasn't shouted death to America, I guess that would be the shortest answer, whereas the Iranians for 49 years have been just constantly chatting the same thing. The big Satan and the little Satan. No. I'm gonna be honest with you about Christy Nome. I thought she was pretty fine looking. She's got a lot of stuff going on the home front, but when she got that picture in front of that El Salvador, that jail with the boys in their shorts, all tatted up and looking fierce, this is not a nation I really recognize. We used to do our activities kind of behind the scenes. We didn't have public relations firms, and I mean maybe the president did, but yeah, Pam Bondi, yeah. Trump said, "What do you think? Thumbs down." Trump said, "What do you think? Thumbs down." Well, she's gone. Yeah, I already like the way that the new guy in is. You don't hear anything about it. Don't hear a damn thing. I mean, this is the way government used to run quietly. It wasn't in our faces every news cycle with Judge Napolitano and Colonel Daniel Davis and this colonel and that colonel and Mohammed Marandi. It's the same old crew, day after day after day. And next on the top block. I think the FBI's been doing pretty good thwarting shit right now. And, you know, I could go back to over a year ago when Pam Bondi was sworn in on Inauguration Day. And the reporter stood up and asked her, Madam Attorney General, what about the Epstein files? Like, huh? I remember holding that up like it was yesterday. Of course, it was only a folder with a few pieces of paper, but what about it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we campaigned on that. We're going to get to the bottom of that. We're no more to the bottom of that shit than fly around the moon. But I am interested in hearing what Billy Boy Gates is going to talk about June 10th when he appears before Congress. Thing that shocked me is it's easy, like I said the other day, it's easier to figure who wasn't on Epstein Island than who was there. What the hell? I mean, no wonder Hillary Clinton has been raging all these years. But let's not fool ourselves. In Iran, a lot of damage has been done. And collecting those tolls and stuff will yield them about $200 million, which is equivalent to probably one day of active warfare that they were engaged in. I mean, the destruction there has been... Trump said, I don't understand Epstein issue. To me, it all cancels out, Boy Blue, because it's people from both sides. It's like everybody had their finger in the pie. I mean, so just, you're all guilty. This guy has an island where crazy shit's done. He's got a girlfriend, he's pimping stuff, and I mean, I don't know. I never had any interest in the guy. I thought people like Harvey Weinstein were more of a shithead. Bernie Madoff, Harvey Weinstein, who else? Yeah, there's human giant tadpole in your city today, yes. How you doing, Bill? Look, when you have an unequal distribution of wealth like we have today, trafficking is going to be a fact of life. I have the money, I have the power. All right, what are you going to do for me? I don't know. I have no idea about that. I leave that to the military people. I don't claim any military knowledge on that. But I would say it shows the United States resolve to nobody gets left behind, no matter what the cost, and I like that. And we might have lost 6 or 8 aircraft, but they lost probably 500 aircraft. 200 naval things, all their underwater capability. They can't even put a drone up in the air without everybody being on top of it. They have no real capability to fly. Yeah, I would say they're pretty much beaten to a pulp over there, but that's far different than putting ground forces on the boots on the ground. Let's face it, they got the living shit kicked out of them over there. And I don't think they would have surrendered because they don't give a shit about their population taking the hits. What do they care? As long as they stay in power, they look at it like less mouths to feed, the better. The more people get offed, the better it is for us. And of all those people that they murdered in January, the 30, 40,000, you never hear anybody talk about that, ever. On the opposition side, they never talk about the mass murder that took place in January. Well, that day when that crowd was dispersed by the terrorist Iranian guard, you had a 250,000 people went home pissed off that day. They didn't just change their allegiance because a few bombs dropped about them. They're just waiting in the trenches. They're just waiting. How you doing, Buttercup? They're just waiting for the chance to hit the streets in safety. It's a lot of the same thing when the women complain about women's rights here, but they see women overseas ground into shit in Islamic nations, and it doesn't bother them one bit. That's cool. So you get all this two-faced jive that's a little hard to deal with. Try to fight guns without a gun. Yeah, okay, Elmer, you're going to sleep. Good night. We haven't still destroyed a lot of them. They've got in. I don't know. We don't really know that. We're not on the ground. These people that speculate on these talk shows and things, they have no more idea than fly around the moon what the reality of the ground on the ground is. And they found that one pecker that was releasing information, that woman at Fort Bragg that was releasing information, thank goodness. I hope that she gets locked away for years. All this, I think the most criminal thing in our country is these unnamed sources bullshit. 'Cause this gives journalists license to lie. If it's the truth, it has a source behind it. So here we sit. We're in the 2-week period. I don't think anybody's eager to start up again, but we'll see. I said a couple days ago, Israel's so far off the reservation that it's almost like that nation is just possessed. Yeah, there's no, once you started having unnamed sources and shit like that, then you're playing the Wall Street game, and they do it the Wall Street Journal. Inside sources that the company said, blah, blah, blah. That's the biggest, it's turned journalism into propaganda. It's all it's done. There is no truth in journalism anymore. It's all a giant propaganda machine. It's all these people hell bent on shaping the news, not reporting it. When's the last time you heard somebody say, I want to go to journalism school? I don't even know if journalism school is still around. The real truth you get is people with smartphones on the ground that are doing real reporting and real checking in. But I do have some hope. I hope this oil continues to trend downward. I got my doubts, but $100 a barrel still puts a hell of a pinch in a lot of people in the world. A lot of people. Make sure you're on all messages, which I'm not. I'm always on. Yeah, you get people and you can easily find them. And then count one guy actually. Yeah. Dr. Frankenstein, one thing I can assure you of, my friend, is wherever massive amounts of money are being placed, with a minimum amount of practical oversight, you're going to have a massive amount of fraud. California, they swept through the hundreds of millions of dollars of Medi-Cal, which is our state Medicaid program, hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud. Fake daycare centers in Minnesota. How you doing, Delbert? It's a con is business in the Somali. It's a con. It's a con is business. If there's money and then people are already naturally corrupt, so it's a very easy to set up the scams. It's very easy to defraud. Why what? Wall Street Journal, just another one that just makes up shit. You know, you got so many so-called journalists today that see themselves as the great levelers of the world, the great ones that keep the balance of power and stuff. That's why people's faith in journalism is about down there at faith in lawyers. Government can't do better. You either have people that are super wealthy that don't really care about the money, or you have poor people that got elected that never had a pot to piss in, and the first time they see a few dollars flashed in front of their face, they lose their minds. We see this in cities like Baltimore, Oakland, Chicago, Detroit, Washington, D.C., on and on and on. To these people, $10,000 is a lot of money. $100,000 is huge. We've made it so, boy blue, in my opinion, we've made it so the best and brightest don't have any interest in going into politics anymore because it's such a shit show. It's so degrading. You know, everybody's under such scrutiny and this and that. It's just a shit show. Who needs it? It probably, in many ways, it is. But I've noticed over the last 5 years ago that, or so, that even the Wall Street Journal has slipped into advocacy journalism now. Especially their editorial page. The ones, to me, and this is going to surprise some of you, I think Al Jazeera does some excellent reporting. They're probably what journalism there is what journalism used to be here 40 years ago. People out there just telling the story, not shaping the story. Well, as I've said many times, people seek out the news sources that reinforce their own biases or their own beliefs. And other things that enter the ears are too painful to listen to. So people just, you know, it's very hard to get balanced news. To put feelings aside and get the reality. And we haven't gotten anything out of this theater over here. The Department of War hasn't let any information about how badly the 12 bases are decimated over there in Bahrain and Kuwait and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. We get nothing. Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I've been impressed with Al Jazeera. They've gotten the news first a lot of times, and they've gotten it correct. And I don't sense a lot of bias, even though they're based in, I don't know, it's Qatar or UAE. But we don't really know a lot. We don't know a lot about what happened. We don't know what the cause. We've had tens of billions of dollars of damage done. I mean, to the point that there may not even be a point to have bases overseas anymore. If you can just take them out with a swarm of drones, a concentrated missile launch, what's the point? Well, I guess Boy Blue, in a lot of ways, I'm like, thank God somebody reports on the human cost of shit, because sometimes I feel like we're all just, you know, it doesn't matter what we want or what we think or anything. It's just like you got 5 people running the show in the world, and that's it. Everybody else is just along for the ride. And we're all going around these wild mountain curves, holding on for dear life. Oh shit, don't mess up, man. I hope the engineer's not drunk. I mean, let's just put it this way. If things were done in the United States to the extent that they were done in Lebanon in the last 5 days, 10 days, it would shatter this nation. I mean, we're so insulated over here because of geography that we just have no concept of the horrors of war, and it's very easy to just sit back and push the pieces on the board and say, what's the next move and this and that. Well, there's people there. I'd rather hear from Al Jazeera than Fox or CNN. Yeah, with Fox and CNN, I know exactly what I'm going to get, and MSN. I know exactly what the reporting is going to be. I mean, all of those organizations have lost they're all advocacy journalism now, and that's fine. You can be what you want to be. But I have noticed of the sources that I read that Al Jazeera seems to be getting the information clearer and faster. They just lost one of their reporters. Got killed. Find some Jan. That's it, Vern. Well, they're both agenda, Bill. But you can see it's fractured, people. You can see that Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson split off from Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and these people. Because, well, to be honest with you, let's call a spade a spade. It's very hard to stand with Israel when you see that the stuff that goes on a daily. It's very hard. I can't apologize for feeling that way. It's, you know, people are being killed in large numbers in Lebanon. I can't just say, oh, the end result will be good. Good for who? None of them are factual, Buttercup, baby. They're all advocacy. You should read them all. Jerusalem Post, Israel Times, Haaretz, out of Tel Aviv, Al Jazeera, Gulf Times, Kuwait, all through the whole region. Yeah, I'm just saying, but it's not a I mean, Buttercup, ask people. Is news advocacy in the United States now? Yes, it is. You think you're getting factual information from CNN? No, they're shaping the news on the daily, just like Fox is. I mean, MS now doesn't even try to hide the fact that they're advocacy. They're not even news anymore. That is radio. I like his last word commentary. I like some of the stuff Don Lemon talks about. Like some of the stuff Bill O'Donnell talked about. I just have to pick and choose carefully because there's a lot of very rabid dogs on that deal. But some people make a lot of sense. Yeah, it doesn't matter how they're registered. We have legal registration and then we have practical operations. Right? The end result is the same, whether you're registered as news or whether you're registered as entertainment. Who's going to sue somebody? You know, this ain't the National Enquirer. I mean, the end result is exactly the same. You have advocacy journalism. You don't have pure journalism. CNN has no field reporters anymore. They shrunk down to nothing. They got no money. They're getting ready to be taken over by the pro-Israel lobby of David Ellison, Paramount. You think they're gonna be changing radically here? That'll be proof enough that you need that there's no journalistic standards there. Whenever you say, I think pretty much everybody realizes these days that journalism is dead in America, and everybody's just organizations are just propaganda pieces for the left and the right. That's it. And that's why I have to go outside of country to find reporting that's about real shit and not about advocacy stuff. I think one thing that we can talk about for real is the standing of Israel has gone down dramatically in the last 60 days. To the point that people have to wonder who's the boss and who's the errand boy and who's the boss here. The church has a concept of just wars. There sometimes war is justified, but justified in this instance, pretty hard to say that unless you have damn clear proof and evidence. If you think it's going to save more lives than it's going to cost lives. Thinking Iran has been waging war. Look, Iran hates. Some things are factual, right, Boy Blue? Iran hates Israel because they see the creation of the state of Israel, the nation of Israel. We're not even talking about Judaism. We're talking about the creation of, because there's quite a few apostate people there that aren't believers that live there, that just think ever since that nation was created, it's been nothing but turmoil in the Middle East. And yeah, sometimes the Arab states have made the first moves. The 1948 war, 1967 war, 1957 war, 1973 war. But it's just been a constant, just constant. And then the stuff that happened in Gaza and that whole shit show. Yeah, that's right, Delbert. Journalism is dead. Nobody goes to journalism school anymore because they're like, what's the point? If I report for the New York Times, they want the story shaped a certain way. If I report for the Washington Post, they want the story shaped a certain way. If I report for Fox, they want the story shaped a certain way. And just write on down the list. Peacefully in Israel. Yes, they are. Well, there were anyway. But Boy Blue, they keep expanding settlements on the West Bank and terrorizing families that have been there for hundreds of years. It's just never going to end, my friend. It's just, there's no way out. You have too much family blood that's tied up in this now. Too many generations have taken up the gun, taken up the knife to avenge family and loss of face and land and property. That's a tragedy. But I guess, Boy Blue, should the whole world be leveraged by a nation of 10 million people? I mean, we have to sit there Wednesday afternoon at getting on towards 5 p.m. and wondering if all hell's going to break loose in the world. It's not a good place to be. It's a very, it hit me very hard. Yeah, there's been a little bit of a loss of sleep. Many of us have children, grandchildren, people we care about, people we love. Japan. I don't know what you mean a cop out. Japan, America nuked Japan, and now everything is the zeitgeist of the times. Boy Blue, what seemed perfectly reasonable in 1945 and seemed like a proper decision. It's very easy for people 80 years later, at times they sit now to look back and say, maybe we shouldn't have done it. Well, maybe if it was your kids that were going to be put on troop transports and forced to land and storm ashore in Tokyo Bay, you might have a different feeling about it. For myself, I think it was the proper decision at the time. And I don't think anybody, for 40 years, 50 years, you never heard a peep about it. And it's only when we got the rise of the lunatic fringe that people started second guessing decisions where we should lawful or whatever. Meanwhile, 2,000 men sit entombed in the USS Arizona and off of Ford Island in Honolulu. Yes, we need Japan and build a max. So your point is it can be stopped. Well, I'm afraid some animosities run too deep, Boy Blue. There are some storms we cannot weather. If you think over the course of the last month that people's feelings have changed towards an attitude, I mean, before this all started, I thought for the first time in my life, I know I talked about it on this channel, that the first time in my life I sensed that families and young people were just tired of fighting all the time. They were tired of losing their sons, grandsons, daughters, granddaughters in terrorist activities and military activities. I really thought at that time that we were getting a new generation of people that would come in and say, we got to stop this stuff. And for a while, it looked like things are moving in that direction. But now when you look at the tenor of people and you look at the things that people have lost in the last 30 days, it's not easy to suck that down and just move on. Yeah, the fighting will never end over there, in my opinion, because it's an unnatural fit. I wish it was. I think that Israel can build all of the perimeters of 20 miles, 30 miles that it wants. But at the end of the day, there are still people that are going to be firing shit into Haifa, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. They weren't tired or they wouldn't have voted for Trump. I'm not talking about here, I'm talking about in the Middle East. That's why I say Japan, it happens. The difference is, Boy Blue, that you're talking about areas of the world that are Japan, very homogeneous population. Korea, very homogeneous population. Vietnam, very homogeneous. You're talking about the polar opposite of that in the Middle East. You're talking about clashing of cultures, faith in that area. Well, everybody's always an expert in hindsight in what we should have done or what we shouldn't have. Oh, we shouldn't have dropped the nuclear bomb on Tokyo. Yeah, it's all good unless it's your kid on that transport ship. Oh, let him go. Well, we're probably going to suffer 100,000 casualties in the first month. Okay, well, I don't care. Let them go. You know, it's all good unless it's your ox that's being gored, and then all of a sudden it's a tremendous problem. You know, after 4 years of bloody fighting and island hopping and everything, yeah, people were ready for it to end. And when you have a nation that's blind in their loyalty and devotion to an emperor and harikari and kamikaze, yeah, you got a pretty tough fight on your hand. You know, Russia never had to wrestle with it. They only stormed in at the last minute to get part of the kill. Yes. We can't imagine what based on Okinawa and Iwo Jima, it was almost impossible to even think about the cost of landing on Japanese soil, mainland. I'm of the same opinion of Alan Gentry that I don't think there'll ever be peace over there. What's going on, Naomi? How you doing, babe? You weigh it off. How many servicemen can die? How many Marines are going to die in this landing? And then you give fair warning, and then that's it. It's like, oh well, okay, now we finally got your attention. So I don't go for all this revisionist history stuff. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the rain, but it'll be fine. I got to do my taxes. Why the second bomb, though? Because they didn't capitulate. Look, they could have dropped those babies right on Tokyo, but they didn't. The second one finally got their attention on August 6, 1945. That was it. August 8th, Nagasaki. It's like in Glengarry Glen Ross. Oh, do I have your attention now? No, I don't think we've seen the devastation that can be done. Nobody in the world wants that. The only people that want that are the people of mentality of 9/11, 2001. That mentality. If they could have strapped a nuclear bomb onto that plane and flown that into the World Trade Center, they would have. Ban that, that's it. But still, we mourn the people that died. thank goodness a peaceful Japan was built. A prosperous nation came out of that. FAFO. You're a youngin', Naomi. I remember the body bags coming back from Vietnam. That's why I value Alan Gentry's opinion, because he's had his nuts on the line. He knows the psychological aspects of war that we'll never know. And if he tells me that war is something to be avoided, then war is something to be avoided. I mean, if you want to be perfectly honest about it, the firebombing of Tokyo was far worse. Yeah, they were fierce fighters, yes. And as the war went on, you can imagine troop transport ships loaded with thousands of men having to deal with kamikaze planes loaded with bombs just coming in straight for them in massive numbers, cheap, shitty-built planes that could barely get off the ground. How you doing, Daniel? It's sad. I hardly ever see a POW flag flying anymore. That was always a good reminder to me that there was a cost to be paid when you go to war. Not just in terms of death and injury, but prisoners and yeah, what's on Cara Class? That's why I'm grateful Alan Gentry is here. He might not like everything he hears all the time, but he's here. He's got a voice, he's got a mouthpiece on him, and he's got a history. Just got home from Chicago. Yeah, happy the pilot was found. At great cost. But you don't count up the cost when it's one of your own. I mean, that guy expects to be rescued, whatever it takes. And it's just unfortunate we were operating on a Class D airport runway. Petrodollar still thriving. My big concern, Boy Blue, is the dramatic cost this is going to put on our budget with a $1.4 trillion requested increase in Department of War spending, with 10% cuts to requested cuts to other agencies. It's going to be hard. It's the amount of debt that we're floating on a weekly and monthly basis now is staggering. You can get the same courtesy. Yeah, I know that. I know that. My brother was a wing weather officer involved at a Mildenhall Air Force Base running that raid into Libya. He knows very well. Clinton denied the embassy as it was overrun by the people. Make mistakes. You know, I like it when people stand up and say I made a mistake, but I don't think it's in Hillary Clinton to ever talk about that, to say that. There's too much pride. Let's see if oil prices show up in the course. Yeah. Probably will, Kenny. We're at 3% on a PPI. I have kind of seen shopping in some places, groceries. It looks like we're starting to nudge up again. I've noticed that, like, I was at Costco today. I needed to pick up some Splenda after I got done at Best Buy, and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, yeah, this just a little bit nudging up, just a little bit starting to nudge again. She was calling about what difference does it make at this point. She said, yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, I can go back Dr. Frankenstein. I can talk about Dean Rusk. I can talk about McNamara. I can talk about all the boobs that held the office of Defense Secretary. You know, I could talk about Pete Hegseth. I could talk about, you know, sometimes I remember when my daughter was thinking about going into the military, and she was offered 2 full scholarships, one by the Army and one by the Air Force, to go to the Air Force Academy, and she wanted to stay local, so Berkeley, they had Army ROTC and they had AFROTC, Air Force ROTC. And I remember we went in and we met with both of the recruiting officers and the commandants there. And I remember the Army guy we were talking about, I said to him, man, it's so strange that Berkeley would have, you know, with all the hotbed of protests over the years and all the clubs swinging and National Guard in and all that, it seems almost impossible that it would have a thriving ROTC and Air Force ROTC program. It seems like it would be a misfit. People that go to school here are probably, for the most part, of a pretty liberal bent. This is before the Chinese came in massive, the Asians came in massive numbers. And the guy said, look, it's easy to get people that are very gung-ho. He said, those people are a dime a dozen out there. That the first thing that they want to do is pick up a rifle and just show me a target, Sarge, show me a target. And he's like, sometimes the military needs people that take a step back and say, maybe we shouldn't do this thing. And he said, that's why we run a program here at Berkeley, because the United States military wants representation on both sides of an issue. And as you saw, there were some generals that stepped down and took early retirement from the Pentagon and decided that we can't back this operation. Coast Guard would be great. shores. You know, Miss Cindy Russo's husband, Len, was in the Coast Guard. What a tremendous guy. He had some hairy shit in the Coast Guard. Some real scary stuff. Interdictions and, you know, you earn your pay in the Coast Guard. Yes, a house the body cannot stand. So I was pretty impressed that the program is like, we need people that aren't gung-ho, too. We need people that are thoughtful and considerate about the idea of going to war. What's going on, Sonny Fields? How you doing? Well, she started in the Army and then the Air Force got after her. We want you over here, and you know, you'll have better career opportunities. You can work in technology and psyops and satellites and all this geeky shit that you like to do. So yeah, she said okay. So she chose to pursue, you know, the Space Force and figuring that the next war is going to be in space, and that's where the real battle is going to be waged. I tried to join the Coast Guard, and they said I would do all that, but they didn't tell me and they raised the age limit a couple of years. I don't know, Ken. When I got out of high school in '76, the Vietnam War wasn't long over, and the last thing a lot of people wanted to do was to you know, to go into the military and stuff. We'd seen a tremendous backlash of people that had served and then were treated like shit when they got home. I can't remember the movie that Tom Cruise was in that was about coming home from Vietnam. Russia, when it was just broke down. Yeah, it broke down. They could not afford that. Our problem, Alan, is our ability to borrow money has potentially worked to our detriment and gotten us involved in stuff that we probably shouldn't ought to be involved in, because we can borrow massively. But every dollar that we borrow is not a dollar that's properly earned through taxation or gotten through taxation. It's a dollar that's borrowed against the productivity of the future. That's a big gamble, especially when you have AI now, and these companies are throwing themselves headlong into it in the expectation that they're going to be able to earn a return on it. I'm not so sure. Yeah, born on the 4th of July. Close it came, my older brother was registered for the draft, and then at the time he graduated from college, it was over. Doctor wins trivia night. What is Doctor saying? Yeah, born on the 4th of July. I think that was the first movie that Tom Cruise ever really made, wasn't it? I mean, that shook a lot of people here, and a lot of people still feel guilty to this day about the way they people were treated. They came back from Vietnam. We were in this terrible hippie era, and then when Ronald Reagan got elected, it all just collapsed. You couldn't even find a freak anymore on the streets. They just traded their Birkenstocks for briefcases and just blended into the corporate culture that they profess to hate. Man, are we going to get to the size of a large pizza? I don't know, man. I've never had king crab. It just seems to me it's so far out of reach to have king crab. You get some big boys out there. All that stuff goes to Asia now. And I started getting interested in vets affairs when they couldn't even, when these poor guys up here in the 1998-99 had to track city of 200,000 people, and these veterans had to travel to San Francisco all the time, 100-mile round trip to get care. Chaps and yeah, I remember Chaps. I remember that movie. That was pretty wild. I remember that. Yeah, Vietnam, Da Nang is a beautiful resort. There's a lot of beautiful resorts in Vietnam. China has some beautiful ones in Hainan Island. Yeah, I've got my friend. You've seen him on my channel before. Robert Mack. His wife is Vietnamese. He spends a good measure of his year he spends a good bit of winter in Vietnam. We are the wealthy, cut the broad, we excel. What do you define wealth as? Would you call it? I mean, really, what do you define wealth as? Well, it didn't revolve around the U.S. dollar by accident. I can tell you that, Deja Vu. It happened because in a world of upheaval and communism and socialism and dictator of the month club and all that shit, it's an island of stability in a wrecked up world. We enjoy geographic isolation. Now you follow the money. The money's all rolling into China. Every month, a couple $100 billion more dollars of trade balance. So I said the Chinese yuan is a great long-term hold. It's only going to go up, 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 up. Yeah, there's so much flim-flam and so much follow the leader and so much just naked, unthought out money just being poured down a sinkhole right now, and that money's going to expect a return on it. Yeah, the money, power goes where money flows. That's it. I mean, China is accumulating true wealth now. They're lifting up the standards of living in the nation. Here, our standard of living is going down, down, down. It's we're getting ready to. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, says we should put children work in the fields now. You're starting to have the first inklings of the return of child labor. Follow the money. Our imports of Chinese goods are down dramatically, but guess what? Their trade balance continues to grow because the rest of the world is just absorbing what would have been sold here. Those days of wine and roses. Doo 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 doo, starring Jack Lemmon, and Lee Remick, doo 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 doo, the doo 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 doo. Yeah, what we have here is a failure to communicate. And Luke here think he's just gonna run his own program here. How you doing? In his service, we haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing? Make sure to hit that thumbs up button, guys. It's very appreciated. This is the definition of fair and balanced. What a wait here, man. Trying to snag tickets for men's basketball in the 2028 Olympics in LA. I just hate the way they just drop a little bit every month, and it's terrible. The only ones that gain were the military contractors. Yeah, Lockheed Martin is quadrupling their production square footage. They're licking their chops. Another $1.4 trillion coming their way. Minor leaking hearts caused me some bad issues. Well, I hope you're good. Reading by the way, actual weight of around 230. Survival for the, yeah. It takes time to lift up those people. For years, they never saw any of the benefit of their energy industry, so they were just scratching around like chickens in the barnyard trying to make a go of it in life. Now I'm sure that the energy companies are hiring massively down there. You think? I think the biggest failing, Alan, was that it would be just a 2-day, and then that would be shock and awe. That was definitely a miscalculation. If we had done this in January when people were on the streets, yeah, it might have had a chance, but it was too late after January. It was way too late. Those days of wine and roses, doo 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 doo, doo doo doo. It's not a question of believing the war is going to be over in 2 days. I'm saying that was the method, that was the thinking. We drop some bombs and they just capitulate. Well, it just doesn't turn out that way. That's not to say that they wouldn't capitulate, but this, if the war ended now, it would be considered a very short war compared to other ones we were engaged in. There's always that unpredictable element of separating the leadership from the thoughts of the people. And as I said, the Iranian Guard, what do they have everything in the world to lose. I mean, they'd rather go down with the ship. You know, societies usually, they all collapse and not one civilization ever endured. They all destroy themselves by in the inside by moral deterioration. We are still in war. The strait is still closed. We're not in an active war right now. Well, we have a big bottleneck down there. You can't just say everybody go. It'll look like chuck wagon races in Calgary. You got to have some kind of order to go. You have hundreds of ships sitting there. It's going to be a big knot to untie. The British Empire ended in about 1942, 1943. The cost of them maintaining their empire was just too terrific. India, they gutted hundreds of billions of dollars out of India. Yeah, Britain was much more, the tentacles of Britain spread much further than Rome. Romans really didn't get into ships and stuff, whereas British got into ships. The British, the French, the Spanish, the Italians. That's fine, carry class. A lot of people do fully support it, right down to the dotting the I and the crossing of the T. They believe we're right on track where we want to be, to have defanged a nation that could have been a nuclear threat. Yeah, I guess those bus toilets are overflowing. Eggs and gas. Woo! You gotta love carry class. He just comes in, man, and drops a low level nuke. That's some funny shit right there. Orban the Magnificent. It sounds like a magic show in Las Vegas. It's Orban the Magnificent. The British with the United States won the war. Well, the British were a little involved. They were a little distracted by the French too in Canada. Those Frenchies, baby. Those Frenchies, those days. Carry class has never been busier. So relaxed this afternoon. I'm going to have some Italian dinner tonight, some spaghetti, restaurant style. This person's cackling. Hey, how you doing, Alex? I just started. I'm 3 hours in. There we go, Alex. How you doing? 3 hours ahead. Well, I'll be going a little later tonight. I'm probably gonna we got to make some soup tomorrow night, and I might make some pecan swirls. Harry Class is a good troll. He falls in the category, Alan Gentry, what they call a sociable troll. He's there to just upset to cause upset in the chat, to take the most provocative positions possible. Yeah, it's good to see you, Alex. Hope you're doing good, Alex. We're in the days of wine and roses. Those days of wine and roses. France. We wouldn't have won if England wasn't tussling with France at the same time. Thank you, General Lafayette. Man, I'm so relaxed today. I think Carry Class is a Francophile. Man, it's like nobody around here. It's 5:30. What is today? Thursday? Where in the hell is everybody? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cars on the parking lot here. Carrie Class is just talking, Doctor. He's what we call an agent provocateur. I'm better. Some health is in my running there. Who helped me? Is inconsistent. Oh, well, okay, well. You've always been a good, decent person. I'm coming to join you. It's the big one. I'm just getting ready for summer. Plotting our return to Vegas. And we always have such a good time on those street streams. I speak for a lot of people. I hope they get stuff hammered out. As I said yesterday or the day before, the Pakistani prime minister, it was hard for Trump to say no to him. Because he considered him his good buddy, and it's okay, man. We'll give peace a chance. Hopefully, Kushner and Witkoff don't F it up over there. Yeah, I'll be streaming because I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. We might be putting up some dough for pecan swirls, cinnamon pecan rolls. Or I prefer to leave the cinnamon out, but the pecan rolls, and I've got to make some chicken noodle soup. I got to take this chicken and field strip it tomorrow night. Because we're still in the octave of Easter, I can have meat on Friday, a rarity. Oh, here comes the parking woman. Oh no. I might run the truck down to Vegas next time. Tomorrow the rocket comes back. Hopefully the heat shields. All my life I've heard heat shield. Walter Cronkite. There's a chance the heat shields may not fully function as intended. It's going to be a hot ride through the atmosphere of Earth. We can only stand by and watch and wait to see if they reestablish radio communication. We are in the blackout period now. Heat shields, heat shields, heat shields. Yes, Pakistan is very friendly. For some reason, they really dig the president. Like he's good buddies with Kim Jong-un. My friend. Yes, Pakistan is very friendly. My favorite thing that happened over the last couple of weeks was when Trump said I could become a Venezuelan citizen and I could run for I could run for president. I'm having restaurant spaghetti tonight. Man, I thought this guy is too much, man. This is like, whoa, are you kidding me? I think to myself, man, I wish you would do it. Go ahead, go do it. It would be mind blowing. Of course, he exaggerates a lot of shit, so. El Presidente. He's like, I'll have to learn Spanish. Hermanos, viva Venezuela! Viva, viva, viva la revolución! Viva, viva. El Presidente de Venezuela, the Honorable Donald J. Trumpenstein. That would be epic. That really put a smile on my face. That boy Blue, it's just, I didn't say it, he did. I think that's funny. Uh, you didn't laugh about that? I said that's classic Trump right there, man. That's classic Trump right there. I don't guess he'll be visiting the UK or France anytime soon. Elmer, do you speak Espanol? Elmer's like, I vacationed down there in Tenerife and off the coast of Canary Islands. It's wunderbar. Wunderbar. What's up, Josie? I would say if that happens, we live in a really weird world. You probably got a lot of eye full of those Venezuelan girls in the Miss Universe pageant. Ay caramba. My name is Jose, but everybody calls me Josie. There was no safe with the investment. They've been there. Now look where we are. All I can say, deja vu. It's a very complicated world. There's a lot of moving parts on the board, so. Say a prayer and don't let your mind be troubled. Well, welcome in, Jose. Josie. Giuseppe, Josie, Joseph. We'll just say Jose. Bienvenidos, Jose. Ami chat. Bienvenidos, amigo. Bienvenidos, hermanos. Y hermanas. Bienvenidos. Yeah, we ain't never had a president like this. So we got young lobbers. What are we doing? Are we gonna hug and kiss? There we go, young lobbers. Whoa! I don't think I can wait to vacation in Cuba, being non-Canadian. There'll be a lot of opportunity in Cuba. Lot of degraded infrastructure there. I don't think the regime will be around much longer. I don't think it needs any help to topple. It's ready to go. I'm not sure. I don't think Cuba would be high on my destination travel list. I really have no interest in the Caribbean. The only one that intrigues me is Haiti, but then you risk being kidnapped and isn't Haiti on one side of Santo Domingo and Costa Rica on the other side? I mean, how can two countries be so different? My geography might be wrong. This guy's pissed he got a ticket. To think Trump started an agenda with the tariffs. That seems like 100 years ago. And now you gotta iron all that shit out. Did you see where the has been stopped and it was building up? Yeah, but the steel was donated, wasn't it? From Mittal. Mama didn't raise no fools. If somebody's willing to donate it, what the hell? I'll take it. Anybody want to donate dinner tonight? Yeah, everything was donated. I'm not much on the design. Havana Nights, baby. Gloria Estefan. Come on, do the tango. Do, 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 do. Santiago. Do, 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 do. No, I don't have a lot of interest in the Caribbean nations. They just don't interest me. Puerto Rico is like a wreck. Cuba, we haven't seen June in a while. I hope June's doing okay. Probably her brother is crimping her style there, living there. Seeing Viva, I mean, there was this place in Schaumburg that served the mainland. Schaumburg, yeah, that's where was I when I Skokie, Illinois, where the old Jewish woman pulled the fire alarm on the way out. She just casually reach up and pull the alarm at Kaufman's Delicatessen. They're like, what the hell? Oh, and here comes the Skokie Fire Department. I'm like, yeah, the old bird pulled the. Oh shit! They're like, oh, her again. Oh well, we'll get some lunch while. There was a building built down in Baghdad, in the country. I think that was an embassy building. People will make this into a new Bohemian Grove, Dr. Frankenstein. There's big plotting going on there. They're burning the Owl of Cares, and this shit's going on. I don't know why people love conspiracy so much. When the easiest thing to believe is just not conspiratorial, but just fraternal. Go to Haiti, they have voodoo, yeah. It's the only one that's of mild interest to me just because of all the Port-au-Prince and all the shit that went on down there. Oh, jeez. This place just becomes like New York City more every day. I go by past history. Well, there's a difference between an embassy and a social function place. Nobody builds an embassy anywhere in the world without expecting it to be bugged. Michael, it's terrible here. I tell you, it's just turning into like a New York City. 1/30th the size, but the people would be a perfect fit. I mean, I went to Virginia, I didn't even hear a horn honk. Washington, D.C., no horn. What do you think, Michael? I had some people wanting me to go back to Baltimore and get one of those cheap homes and fix it up. What better place to bug a federal government? There's a lot of places better to bug than that. National Intelligence Agency, Defense Intelligence Agency. What are you going to hear in a ballroom? The latest fashion, or bitching about who's wearing what? It's just a cock and hen show. Another thing that's super boring. I don't even like the look of the ballroom. It looks atrocious to me. You're going to hear the same crap you hear at the makeshift place. You're gonna hear it's all crap. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. And that's my philosophy in life. I like that dude was running across the lawn at down in Florida at Mar-a-Lago. They shot the dude. That was it. What a freaking dumbbell, man. You got to be like a super knucklehead. Do you remember that, Dr. Frankenstein, when that dope tried to do the bums rush on the Mar-a-Lago? Trump set up a room in Mar-a-Lago with a black curtain between, I guess, set up a war room. Or so they say. That's the, I don't believe anything that people report in that regard. And the people that were there, they couldn't have been discussing anything of importance at that time. I believe that's just made up bullshit. That's just what we call detraction. Nobody knows what the hell went on. All you hear is unnamed sources. I decided a week ago that I'm no longer anything that says unnamed sources. I immediately click out. I chalk it up as bullshit. We all need some timonium. You want to come? We're gonna come to timonium. Do they still have horse racing? They gave it up out here. Horse racing went tits up out here. Young people don't care. It's too slow. It's too boring to them. And God forbid a horse should break down. They're sniveling and crying at the rail. We all need some timonium. See you at the State Fair in Timonium. We're gonna come. You ought to come to Timonium. Racing Wednesday through Sunday. That's where I was vaccinated. I was vaccinated at the fairgrounds here in the main hall. January of 2023 or 2022, maybe, yeah, 2022. I was one of the first people to have the COVID vax because the people that worked in healthcare. When he was showing I was playing, like in the old day, they would shoot the horse right there. Yeah, then they bring out a little screen thing, and then they dispatch the horse, and they have a little winch that pulls the horse into the van, and they just take off. I've seen plenty of horses break down over the years. You ought to come. We're all to go. What's going on, Shimei? To Timonium. Those days of one, you know. Like we had a lively discussion. Yeah, I know the ballrooms, there's like too much obstruction, too many columns out front. I thought the New York Times critique, the architect's critique, was pretty on point with it. Yeah, it's nice to see Shimei tonight. I'll have to check the New York Times. Yeah, they did a nice article. They had an architectural board go over the design and say, you know, this is, you know, you shouldn't have to go up steps to enter, and too many columns, height's too high. I mean, of course, everything is opinions, but I thought that their critiques were valid. Yeah, pictures of the war room posted everywhere. There's black curtains draping the ceiling with Yahoo's. Well, that's not kind to say, Feels. That's very raw. I mean, I could say the president that occupied the White House last was a jackoff, but I don't speak that kind of stuff. I might think some things, but I respect the office. Man, the boss and Janet got a nice new car, didn't they? Bush here just stopped the ball. You know, there must be a Cheney skeleton. Let's be kind. This woman's like 5 minutes, honey. You don't have to feed the machine. It's like 6 o'clock. It's 5 minutes. It's okay. Here goes their money. Oh, brother. They don't respect how they over there. No, that's your opinion. It's not mine. A lot of people would vociferously disagree with you, Buttercup, baby. They're not steeped in the side that you're steeped in. I don't agree with a lot of stuff the president does, but I don't sit there and just take pot shots like that. That's demeaning. I mean, if I don't take pot shots at Netanyahu, who am I going to take pot shots at? Yeah, I mean, I'm sick of the pro-Israel lobby here, but I can't just single out and start battering people. Yeah, the car is beautiful, man. It's like, I love that wine. I guess you call that wine sap red. It's beautiful. What's going on, Bunky? Where the hell have you been, man? Where you been? Where you been, Bunky? Did you? I haven't gotten to the email. I'm sorry, Magda. I have just been absolutely swamped with email. Every time I put up a vintage audio video, I have 50 other people that are following vintage audio that suddenly start asking questions about parts. Where can I get this? Where can I get that? I know, long time no chat. Yeah, where you been, Bunky? Where you been? I don't force people to stay here. Feels it's a open chat. If people don't like that they hear, they don't like a diversity of opinions. I can't help that. But this will always be a centrist chat. And there will always be respect for people that hold offices. We've had too much of that devolution of this nation into just outright hatred. You got one side, the guy can't do anything right. On the other side, the guy can't do anything wrong. Somewhere in the middle is the truth. I guess not. Nobody even attacked her, but, you know, it's fine. I mean, she's always welcome here. You're not attacked, but don't be surprised when people clap back, Buttercup, baby. That's what I would say. You seem shocked that somebody would clap back. Eddie, what's going on? I mean, people are going to express opinions here. This is what a two-way chat is all about. The only person dropping, clapping back is you. I don't know what that means. The only person clapping back is you. Well, I guess it's my chat. I can clap back if I want to. What's the song say? It's my party. I'll cry if I want to. Everything out of Biden, Maryland, pure gold to name the Trump voter. Don't do that. What's going on, John? A lot of people have clapped back, but it's just not a chat of sycophants. People have a lot of different ideas about stuff, and everybody's opinion is respected here. I've never called anybody names. I believe at our age, a more dignified approach to dissent is required. I don't F-bomb, very rarely. I'll say F'd. I respect people. You would cry too if it clapped back to you. I'm not out to hurt anybody's feelers. I'm out to just have open discussion. Yeah, all opinions are welcome. Let's just use our phraseology kindly. We're gifted as educated people on here, not people that just take the low road. Magda, what's going on? How you doing? Those days of wine and roses. What a beautiful spring night. We're not even what? 3 weeks into spring? And look at how glorious it is for some. Well, John, one thing, we don't block people in here. Opinions are always welcome. But some people seem surprised when people clap back and give them in the same spirit. It's like all of a sudden it rattles their cage or whatever. It's like there's people here left and right that are absorbing the blows day in and day out. They're still here. Look at Magda. There is a crisis. We are dealing with a race who is a legit militia. Woo. Wow. How do you ever figure out that somebody was in a militia or something? Wow. That doesn't sound good, Magda. That's about on the level of somebody that gets sussed out as a chomo. Review. I grew up with all that crap. Carol, how you doing? Nice to see you. Blocked me because they are not gay. Well, some people devolve to name calling and things, and when I studied logic and things, it was the point that they usually judged somebody would lose an argument when they started ad hominem attacks. It's a logical fallacy. Real concrete, factual stuff is always good. We can agree on giving Rosie a love, yes. Let's just be kind. I mean, shit, there was so much stuff I didn't like about Biden, but, always respected the man. I didn't like the people that worked around him. I was appalled when he left office, and the first thing they wanted to do was pick up their poison pens and start laying into the guy. I'm like, geez, the guy's got cancer. It's disgusting. Mrs. Biden and the hatred between her and Kamala Harris. I don't need to hear about that. I don't need a book about it. I think Frank was an old boy. I think you two would be. I think you two would be a perfect. I think you two would be a perfect fit. It's like I said, it would be like something out of Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf without all the drinking. Well, let me tell you something, you goddamn loser. You come around, you're a loser. What's going on, Sin City? If you've never seen Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, you've just got to see it. Just got to see it. You just ended up calling the president a clown. Clowns are for amusement and entertainment purposes. There's some clownish things, but he's not a clown. He's the president. So as far as name calling, you did call names. I have the Blu-ray and I love it. I think it's his best stuff. Edward Albee's best shit is Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? And the movie, oy vey. I never was crazy about Elizabeth Taylor's acting, but she was bang on in that. Two sloppy drunks with just that deep-seated crap that comes out every time they get loaded. I blocked mine and a few more. They say man everything and no one can unblock. Well, that's why I like to try to keep things on a higher plane. I think you win more. I think you have more influence if you can just be above just rank name calling. I think if you can point out specific stuff, like I've torn the war apart. There's things that have been tremendous miscalculations, but you got to recognize it in real time, and you've got to adjust your thinking accordingly. You can't just continue marching down the same path. What if someone really is no, nuts? Yes, I had many vile things said about President Biden that I did not appreciate. Many vile things, and you know what? The people that would say vile shit stopped coming in and stopped talking vile shit. I was more concerned with the people that were in the White House on the daily running the operations. Listen, you get information. Yeah, thank you very much, Carol. Sometimes it puts you in an uncomfortable position, but I learn a lot from people too. And when something's screwy, I say it's screwy. You'll never convince me at this point that Netanyahu didn't have a major part in kicking off this adventurism in Iran. pendulum is swinging. Well, Magda, do you remember when the election was held? And I said on that day, everybody said that the blue is buried, and I said, you're never buried in politics. That's the moment to start loading up the car. The pendulum always swings. Now, the danger for the blue is that they overplay their hand dramatically, which they often do. In other words, things could settle down, things could get on the higher plane, and then there's really nothing to bitch about. It's hard to find. It's hard to get people to turn out for indivisible, and because people moved on with stuff. So you have to understand that. Yeah, again, I teach class and went back to me. Yeah, no, you did. I wasn't depressed. I said, Magda, this things will change. The pendulum always swings. I've been around for 67, almost 68 years. I've seen it all. You try. Carry class. What did he say? So you're condescending by that. You guys crack me up. What's going on, Kelly? I love this chat. I love the people in here. I don't try to hurt anybody. I just say realistically, everybody can clap back at everybody. It's not a point of pride. It's just what it is. The thing is to try to move beyond that and to fix on the realities of the situation, which are always evolving. Planning drinks with my boss and coworker for tomorrow. I thought you didn't drink. We want them to be taken care of. I'm in favor of that. I'm glad the president's broken down some of these barriers of drug prices. I don't see people giving him credit for that. But I know my drug prices have gone down tremendously. We'd be selling overseas. We'd be selling here for 4 times more than we're selling overseas. What the hell? In my lifetime, this is the first president that ever stepped up and addressed that and said, that's bullshit. That's something that I really appreciate because I see the cost that people pay. Yeah, they came down a lot. I noticed on my own over just 1 year. They would not give up anyway. Well, I mean, that's something positive that I can point to, John, and say, yeah, it's about time we leveled up the drug stuff. And we're charging our own country. Medicare is paying top prices for drugs that we should get. It's like the president said, we should have the lowest cost. The government should be buying at the lowest cost, not the highest price. So I give a lot of credit for that. Have you heard anything from last? I haven't seen her. She was struggling. I don't know. I hope she's okay. Magda, I feel like sometimes she stepped away for 6 months to a year or so. I like to think that she'll be back. Yeah, am I concerned? Yes, because her, her path of degradation and all that is really, really wreaked havoc on her mentally. And, self-esteem and self-respect and stuff. And I think that took a tremendous toll on her. And then mixing it up with some other people on the daily was tough. She was also Gail Person or something. She had a couple different names that she was in. Then there was medication, but now it's covered. Well, that's good, Judy. So that's been a great thing. Another good thing is getting these deadbeats to pay their student loans. They willingly contract the debt. It's a contractual obligation. And we set a very dangerous precedent. We say you can just walk away from it. They had an article about people move overseas to escape it. I mean, what the hell, man? You took the juice out of the lemon and you don't want to give it back. So there's some positives and there's definitely some negatives. We're in a war we can't afford to fight financially. That's clear to me. Replacing all of our massive inventory of precision weaponry is going to just be you're looking at a 2 or 3 year build back on that. Career view. I mean, I think we just blew off stuff like nobody's business. Just those THAAD radar systems are expensive as F, and they went out in like the first day. Anyway, the studies, I'm very happy to. I always love it when Magda is here. Doctor, jeez. A lot of people say that about my philosophy and political science double major in my MBA. Roosevelt, you're a waste of human skin. Oh shit, English is a bedrock. In my opinion, it's a bedrock major. It's I've told Magda before, in my opinion, I think English is the most underrated major in terms of the workload that you'll take on when you major in English. It's the amount of reading and writing you do is staggering, just staggering. No, women's studies. I don't know what you do with it, but we have free will and free choice to do what we want to do. Welcome back, Alan. I had no English class or social science. How about no sociology? What about all the good-looking girls? Oh, never mind. We had the best-looking girls in history and political science. You didn't have my English. You teach feminist, although I don't have to, but well, it's good. I mean, you're self-actuated, Magda. That's a good thing. You're highly educated. You're a professor of university professor. That's a great thing. I just think minds have to be counterbalanced with all types of inputs in them. The most radical left and the most radical right should be parts of agendas. No room for any crap. Did you know, Marx feminism, all those concepts are borrowed from Ramsey. Yeah, I know Marx had his tentacles out there in a lot of different directions. None of which I agree with, but it's out there. Marx's biggest fundamental error was failure to understand human nature. Should have got that degree. Underwater basket weaving. Yes, yes. The hard science, all else is just crap. We need people that are educated about different things to make a diverse culture. If we're a culture of engineers and scientists, we end up like China with a very sterile, non-creative society that's good at duplicating, but not very good about creativity. Everything about the Chinese educational system is all hard studies, and it just, at the end, I saw firsthand the years I was there, the lack of creative thought. The basic math, that's true. Yeah, prosthetic technician. Yeah, man, there's a guy, a prostitution here that makes a fortune. Just look at those good employers at Cucumbers up there, exploiting the working class, slaving over that dishwashing machine for minimum wage, while the rich get richer. While the rich get richer. Exploitation. Boy, they built this thing. Somebody's going to get killed up here one night. Somebody's going to be drinking too much, and they're going to hit this thing over here. This outdoor thing. I don't know what oh, she's filling up dirt there. That's going to be a bad scene, man. That's going to be a bad scene. Boy, it got cold all of a sudden. Low 60s, Ronnie. Just all of a sudden, just like that, bro. Just like that. Yes, language and comprehension, the ability to frame a concept and idea is absolutely the bedrock foundation of civilization, our Western culture. That's why I think you need a certain artisan class, you need a certain layer of intellectual class to to broaden out culture and make it well-rounded. You need to expose people to different ideas that may not be that may not sit comfortably in their minds. There were many classes I endured in communism and socialism and political science. Many. But at the end of it all, I thought I benefited from the experience. Even a course in logic is very beneficial. Oh, that's nice. That's aircraft maintenance. That's cool. I wish I'd gotten into diesel mechanics. I have a lot of mechanical aptitude and would have enjoyed that very much. You need so much certification for that stuff. Even to do a sheet metal repair on a plane is like as thick as a binder full of stuff. Putting in these new goofy parking spots now here. Try to save this mall. Damn. The jungle is excellent. My only critique of the jungle, and I love a lot of Upton Sinclair, Babbitt is another. You should read Babbitt too. That's a great one, but he was a little heavy on child labor. You know, but to get anything done, you had to have a degree of hyperbole in your writing. How else would Upton Sinclair have gotten the attention of President Theodore Roosevelt if he didn't engage in hyperbole? Once you start talking about the crap that's in your food, all of a sudden you get people's attention. Boy, just pulls out oblivious. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sinclair Lewis. Yeah, that's another great one that you should read. Sinclair Lewis, yeah. I get him and Upton Sinclair mixed. Upton Sinclair was a good socialist. I think he actually ran for governor of California, if I'm not mistaken. I think around 1913. I'm just off the top of my head. Yeah, yeah, Steinbeck, but I think the most very influential was Jack Kerouac and his idea of the free roaming, free spirit. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Don't worry, don't worry. Just go out and experience. Very good stuff. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button. It's very appreciated. We're just looping around a little bit tonight. On the road was tremendous. It was a pretty dark piece, but it was the cool thing about Kerouac is he hated publicity, and he was on like it was a Steve Allen show and doing readings of it, and the guy was so uncomfortable. He was so counterculture. I think he was tremendously influential. Steinbeck put a human face on everyday life for the common person in Monterey County, Calaveras County. Grapes of Wrath, which I have to say is a tremendous work of literature. Of Mice and Men. I think he did East of Eden. Yeah, Steinbeck's important. So is Theodore Dreiser. If you're talking about socialist movement. I've read all of Steinbeck stuff. Yeah, we got what's his name? It just slipped out of my mind. I don't know. I just had a senior moment. What the hell was his name? I don't know. Yeah, Sister Carrie, and also An American Tragedy. Yeah, Sister Carrie is a tremendous book. There's so much great stuff available in classic literature, American novelists. Movie starring Elizabeth Taylor and Montgomery Clift did nothing, no justice to the book. I mean, hell, I even read Howard Zinn's People's History of America. Even it's a grinding book, and it's advocacy, but it's an interesting read. Yeah, Giant. Yeah. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. A lot of Tennessee Williams stuff. Yeah, it's good. I always recommend that people spend some time in the classics section of the library. Yeah, that was Ralph Nader, Unsafe at Any Speed. The Corvair. plays. I love Norman Mailer. Death of a Salesman is staggering. All My Sons. I think Death of a Salesman is just a genius level work. I mean, how he captured that was very well done with the stage play by John Radovich and Dustin Hoffman. Markovich. Well, you missed a lot, Carrie Clance. You missed a lot of classic excellence. To really make your life well-rounded. One thing I never enjoyed was poetry, and I took a course on T.S. Eliot. And the only thing I ever learned is April's the cruelest month, baby! Otherwise, it was painful. Yeah, The World According to Garp, yeah. Also did Hotel New Hampshire. Yeah, World War I poets were good. Yeah, it was just, they were a little too bleak for me. I mean, it's like, I didn't like F. Scott Fitzgerald. It was too whiny a work for me. The Great Gatsby was just painful. There were some good post-World War I poets, though. They were captured the Belgian fields of poppies, red poppies. Flanders Fields, a famous one. I can't remember who in the hell wrote that. And I will never fall in love. I don't know. Zelda ended up at Johns Hopkins Phipps Institute of Mental Health, so I don't know. That crew was very off the reservation, those two. So, I don't know. Home sweet home. I'll never fall in love. If I fall in love, it will be forever. If I fall in love, ooh, ooh. I got to take this bag of sugar in. Probably take that in tomorrow. All right, Ski. Yeah, it was really unlikable. It just wasn't my read. I read it. I'd much rather read Upton Sinclair Lewis. Signals pair. Let's clean it up. Those days, Ivanhoe. How about Sleepy Hollow? Look at that sky, man. We got the weather's going to be moving in, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you saying that. There's the yard sale that never ends. Oh, man. Yeah, the weed and feed I already put on there, so the rain is going to help that work in. Because right now it's a shit show. You guys wait. We got to wait to see if Uncle Blackbird is going to feed you. Y'all are as big as houses here. Yeah, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was a tremendous bore. Byron Shelley, the poets, all bored me to tears. A real horror show. But yes, the Mary Shelley novel was bland. It almost felt like it was put together over a weekend, which it was, as part of a contest and a dreary weekend in Switzerland. Something to do. I don't think it would have gotten published if she wasn't well connected, is my thought. It took Hollywood to really juice it. We'll get some KPFA on for Magda here. Those days of wine and roses. I also believe there were some tremendous screenplays that were written too over the years. Dalton Trumbo.
The county is one of nearly a dozen communities where residents are opposing the purchase of warehouses to house immigrants in detention, projects that cost DHS more than a total of $1 billion. In Washington County, the project is on hold after the state attorney general sued. And the new DHS Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, is holding off on buying more warehouses and is reviewing those already purchased. I'm Donna Boyer.
Attorneys for two Minnesota school districts and the state's largest teachers union asked a federal judge this week to block a Trump administration policy allowing immigration enforcement in and near schools. The Fridley and Duluth school districts and Education Minnesota sued earlier this year after the Department of Homeland Security rescinded long-standing limits that had largely barred immigration enforcement at, quote, sensitive locations, such as schools, churches, and hospitals. Lawyers asked Judge Laura Provenzino to issue a preliminary injunction restoring the previous restrictions. School officials said the policy change led to sharp drops in attendance as families feared immigration raids. Fridley Superintendent Brenda Lewis said her district lost dozens of students and shifted some to virtual learning, straining resources. Justice Department attorneys argued restoring the old guidance would have limited impact because enforcement near schools was always possible under prior rules. Pro-democracy leaders are speaking out against recent attempts by the president and Republicans in Congress to limit people's ability to vote. President Donald Trump's recent executive order severely limits mail-in voting and directs the Postal Service to send mail-in ballots only to people on a new nationally approved voter list. Meanwhile, last month, the House of Representatives passed the Save America Act, which would require strictly defined IDs in order to register to vote. Simone Perez reports.
Helen Humphreys with Connecticut Citizen Action Group says the Save America Act would end up denying people their civil rights.
People are really scared right now because so many women changed their name because they got married. There's so many trans people who have changed their name. So I think people are realizing this is a significant voter suppression act.
The strict national voter ID bill would require people to prove citizenship in person to register or cast the ballot with documents like a birth certificate or passport. Many people don't have those documents on hand and few still have them ready in their current name. The bill wouldn't allow people to use driver's licenses, but it's currently stalled in the Senate. Humphreys also warns a presidential executive order effectively limiting absentee ballots to people who are sick, on vacation, or in the military would hurt rural voters. A quarter of them vote by mail. Courts are considering if that order is authority granted to Congress or the states. I'm Simone Perez for Pacifica Network.
Just think of the only people really making money these days are lawyers. Yeah, right, Elmer? How about the lawyers in Germany? How about the lawyers in Germany, bro?
The legislation will fund the and the Department of Homeland Security. Suzanne Potter reports.
How about that?
Summer, Republicans cut $8 trillion from Medicaid in their reconciliation bill known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
It's the one big beautiful bill. The one big beautiful bill. The one big beautiful bill.
To justify further cuts.
House Budget Chair Arrington has been very explicit that he'd like to see more Medicaid cuts. We're hearing a lot of rumors of this, so that is extremely concerning, and we will certainly be paying very close attention to that.
Acker says she fears that the Trump administration
With tenure and packed Patty's salary.
the president's political enemies in blue states to distract voters from past Medicaid cuts and to lay the groundwork for
A lot of
in January, the Centers for
a lot of universities are under pressure these days.
questioning Medi-Cal spending, noting that the in-home support
They ran a lot of their programs on immigrants,
50% over the past decade.
like here the junior college in Sonoma State. Now they're not here.
More older Californians into cost-effective home-based care, limiting spending on institutional care like nursing homes. Professor Andy Schneider with the Georgetown University McCourt School of Public Policy says in-home services allow more people to age in place.
The fact that IHSS spending is going up in the state's view is testament to a successful rebalancing. One that in the past, the federal.
Some of these people I'd never have in my home, man. They're weird.
In letters from the House Energy and Commerce Committee.
I work hard for my money. What's going on, Icy?
Vice President J.D. Vance and White House Advisor
How you
Steve
doing?
Miller. For California News Service, I'm Suzanne Potter.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta announced today that his office and other state agencies have made 5 arrests and charged 21 suspects in a crackdown on an alleged Southern California hospice fraud ring. Max Pringle reports.
Attorney General Bonta said the scheme defrauded the state of $267 million.
Some societies consider knowledge the ultimate.
He said the scheme billed California taxpayers.
Yeah, have a call-in night if you want.
Cal recipients.
Protecting taxpayer dollars and
Yep.
protecting programs sick and vulnerable Californians rely on have been our priority for nearly 5 decades. Our division of Medicare fraud and elder abuse, also known as DMFEA, is one of the most aggressive and dynamic Medicaid fraud control units in the nation.
Bonta said the alleged fraudsters collected millions of dollars in ill-gotten funds.
With married, is Magda married?
Or hospice service to vulnerable Californians. He said the investigation came.
I don't know if she's,
Department of
is she
Health
married?
Services of hospice fraud at 14 companies. He said the investigation uncovered a complex network of fraud that reached across the country to Southern California.
We found that those involved in this fraud, in this scheme,
How's the signal, Ronnie?
purchase personal identifying information
I should probably put the Wi-Fi on.
outside of California on the dark web, and then enroll them into covered California, posing as California residents. Straw owners then bought up a number of hospice companies and began billing Medi-Cal for non-existent services for those stolen identities.
Wow.
The state charges include
The world is so
conspiracy to
full
commit
of thieves.
healthcare fraud, money laundering, and identity theft. Defendants also face an aggravated white-collar crime enhancement and an aggravated money laundering enhancement. Bonta said his office has recovered more than $30 million of the defrauded funds. Bonta issued a warning to people operating fraud schemes.
You can't believe anything that Carrie Class says.
To anyone targeting Medi-Cal and hospice care in
He
California.
used to claim he cleaned bus
We're
toilets.
on the case, and we're coming for you. California has a no-tolerance policy for fraud. We're laser focused on rooting out and eradicating fraud that targets our programs,
delicious.
our people, and steals from our state.
Earlier this month, the federal government announced that it had arrested and federally charged 8 people with committing health care and hospice fraud. Fraud in public services has become entangled with partisan politics, as the federal Republican administration focuses most of its efforts on
If there's a way to
Democratic-controlled
steal a
states
buck, they'll
like
figure it out.
Minnesota and California. KPFA News, I'm Max Pringle.
SEIU California, one of the state's most influential unions, has withdrawn its endorsement of State Senator Scott Wiener in his bid to succeed Nancy Pelosi in Congress. This leaves San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chan as the group's sole endorsee. SEIU said the withdrawal stemmed from leaders' opposition to San Francisco Proposition D, a labor-backed measure on the June ballot that would tax companies where CEOs earn at least 100 times the median.
Yeah, I think the first job is always a struggle. They said that manufacturing going to grow. We lost 77,000 jobs over the year. Manufacturing jobs.
Who argue it could drive business away from the city. SEIU had previously split endorsement among candidates before consolidating support for Chan. The change may affect campaign funding.
Why was for cleaning toilets? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, AI is going to take over everything.
Earlier endorsement over housing and foreign policy disagreements.
It's natural.
Bay Area rapid transit.
It's you know, it's you can try to be a Luddite, but it's coming.
Deficit expected by fiscal year 2027. The BART Board of Directors reviewed a preliminary budget today that relies on expense reductions, including a proposed regional sales tax measure scheduled for the vote.
That's great. Damn, Shimei, I love you.
It still remains below pre-pandemic levels.
She's to put on here, the state of New Jersey is hiring.
Budget through $233 million in new revenues and $142 million in cost reductions.
Yeah, Terry Class is nice, but he's a long-term troll.
Deferring certain capital funding and borrowing nearly $98 million.
Oh, Shimei is amazing. Her life is so fascinating.
Could face annual deficits of $350 million to $400 million.
She's in so many different things.
Service cuts or station closures.
And her mom. I hope your mom's doing all right.
An Oregon appeals court sided with Utility Pacific Corp Wednesday, sending a 2023 wildfire liability trial back to a lower court, and potentially putting over $1 billion in damages for victims of the 2020.
At the drive-through, order 10,000 water cups and a live person.
From 4 separate wildfires to all class members was legally flawed.
Oh man, I can't wait to get back to Vegas.
The fires, including the Canyon and Echo Mountain complex blazes, killed 11 people and destroyed thousands of homes. It remained unclear.
Right now I'm in tax hell.
Whether attorneys for the plaintiffs would appeal the decision to the state Supreme Court. More than 1,000.
Your mom misbehaves every day.
2026 and 2027.
That's a good sign.
Pacific Corp said the ruling supports its view that the trial process was, quote, prejudicial, but reaffirmed willingness to resolve reasonable.
That's funny, John.
Plaintiffs' attorneys called the decision a procedural setback, noting the court did not question the jury's verdict. Pacific Corp has agreed to over $2 billion in settlements for wildfire-related claims and is selling Washington assets to stabilize finances. New Mexico's faith and tribal leaders.
See, there's the problem. Washington State, Magda, they put the millionaire tax in and people want to leave.
Land as purposeful and underhanded. This after the process was drastically shortened and initiated over the.
You can't hold people hostage.
Ross Brown reports.
Chaco Culture National Historical Park has been protected by a 10-mile mineral leasing buffer since 2022. Now, the Bureau of Land Management wants to revoke the Biden-era agreement. A public comment period typically is 60 days,
but that's a big wealth exodus, you know?
Just as the religious holidays began.
All these chairmen, I mean, I'm waiting for Boeing to announce that they're going to relocate to Kansas.
It wasn't just a one-sided discussion. You know, we would have liked 20 miles, but you have to at least somewhat compromise in the sense of the overall protection, and this is what came to be.
The original protection agreement was reached after 150 days of public comment, 7 public meetings, and more than a year of discussion. As part of the
I don't think that'll pass.
The agreement, the BLM is expected to prepare a draft environmental assessment in the next 90 days.
But I do believe that the corporate tax rate should be raised.
Was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1987. Reverend Andrew Black was.
I'll give you that.
Presbyterian Church says it includes more than 2,000 archaeological sites The agreement was designed to protect
I'll give
the
you
next
that.
20 years.
Was also to allow the archaeologists and the cultural study and the wildlife and ecological study of that larger area.
Did you
and
know
see how
that-
that landscape and ecosystem is
Yeah.
intact and how it all speaks to one another within the
I did know it.
heritage site and the buffer.
Sanchez finds it ironic that the Trump administration has initiated efforts to reinstall controversial statues toppled during the 2020 protests, including one of Christopher Columbus, but at the same time refuses to respect lands that have been home to indigenous people for a millennium.
That's just heart-wrenching. We've been here for thousands of years, but yet we're put in second place. When we need something protected, we have to prove that without a doubt that we were there. They don't believe us.
Faith and tribal leaders are calling on the Department of Interior to keep greater Chaco protections in place,
Preaches what
extend
practices
public
what
comment
they
periods,
preach.
and hold in-person hearings. This is Rosa Brown, New Mexico News Connection.
Maine lawmakers are moving towards a first.
Magda, you would love
statewide
KPFA.
data center construction.
Out of
A
Berkeley.
bill that would halt new projects until late 2027 amid concerns
The
over
Pacifica
rising
Radio
costs
Network
and
flagship
infrastructure
station.
strain. The measure, expected to receive final passage in coming days, would block new data center construction until November of 2027 and create a council to recommend
Tax credits
rules
and
aimed at protecting
deductions.
higher energy prices and other impacts on residents. The proposal has drawn bipartisan support, but strong opposition from business groups and technology advocates.
Anyway, I like things I like about Bernie Sanders is his he's very strong in his beliefs, and he believes that there's a fundamental fairness that's missing in a lot of America today. But what I think Bernie fails to realize is a lot of that is because of the nature of people these days too.
The White House aims to slash more than $1 billion from NOAA operations and scientific research programs, which help improve marine forecasts and fisheries management.
I don't know, D. Jeremy, there's no, he's not a moderator here, dude, so you must be confused.
Climate data.
Not having that information for people who go out on the ocean.
I hate to disappoint you.
Their livelihood could put economies and actual humans at risk.
The White House argues some agency grant programs.
He's all mucked up in his brain.
To America's fishing industry. The cuts are part of a broader effort to constrain non-defense
I don't
spending
like anything
and
about
boost
Bernie.
the Pentagon's budget by more than 40%. The Trump administration has largely rejected climate science.
Oh man, I'm so relaxed tonight. We got rain on the way. It's gonna be able to set my plants.
Already impacting with rising sea levels,
That would have been
warming
blocked
ocean,
first
and
day.
increased storm intensity. Whelan says it's vital that federal agencies continue to monitor and predict long-term climate trends.
I'm not sure how much money he has. I'm not
The
sure.
region's fishing and lobstering industries.
If the ocean changes.
I was never that interested in Bernie Sanders to look into his life.
We're in trouble.
Other science-driven agencies.
There's not a
like
single
the EPA
politician
and
that's
FEMA
not a
also face
billionaire.
dramatic
Yeah.
Funding reductions. Bipartisan support for NOAA helps the agency.
You know, influence has value, right, Alan? I mean, that's the deal.
Whelan is urging the public to contact lawmakers again to share their own personal stories of how federal programs that benefit the ocean impact their lives. I'm Catherine Carley for Pacifica Network and Public News Service.
I am now a mod on a channel I was once banned from.
Policymakers this week at a summit in East Lansing, Michigan.
Well, how do you ever get back if you're banned?
Platforms are designed to keep young users hooked. And what can be done about it? Crystal Blair reports.
The event called Hard Reset, It's Not You, It's Them, was hosted in partnership with Her Campus and Design It For Us, and included a fireside chat with Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Actress and youth advocate Lexi Underwood also
It took a long time to accomplish that. I don't know how you do that.
for unwanted advances on social media.
Understand that it is not
Got your tomato plants in. Good.
voice, it is a reflection of systems that weren't designed.
Just a warm up for tomorrow night. old Kentucky songs here, Avion.
That have been made.
You're a little bit out of
Their
tune.
mental health is poor or very poor compared to older peers. Here's your news connection. I'm Crystal Blair.
Former New York City Police Sergeant Eric Duran was convicted today of manslaughter in the 2023 death of Eric Dupre. It's the first conviction of a former NYPD police officer for an unrepeated death in at least 2 decades. Heck, Donahue reports.
Duran shot the picnic cooler full of drinks at a fleeing suspect, Eric Dupre, who then crashed his motorized and passed. His with motorized.
Away in Kentucky, my mama told me to grab that moonshine and get a jug for me. Now give me that old Mountain Dew. Nothing to do. I fill up my mug and I fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Yeah, baby. Elmer, I don't know what you're all on about, guy. You must have goofed up your. Ah, shit, I hate that. Ah, there it is. You must have goofed up your install. That's all I can think, man, is you must have goofed up your install, bro.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Apex Express.
Oh, wow.
Celebrating library joy. I'm Ayami King Lee, the editor of tonight's show.
I don't see Naomi around. She's around. She was in earlier.
Did you know that April is
She was in to say hi earlier.
and in just
She's a good kid.
April 19th to 23rd is National Library Week. The theme for this
She
year's
was
National
having
Library
something
Week is
food
Find
tonight.
Your Joy with honorary chair Michael Threes. The
Alright.
first of 3 interviews you'll hear my mom and we have tonight is with Lorena, the illustrator for
John.
the newly released children's book written by that very Michael Threes.
Alright, be nice now.
I'm so happy you're here.
He is he gives color to the chat.
About her children's book, Book Uncle and Me. And lastly, with Maggie Takuda Hall about her children's book, Love in the Library.
Yeah, she was here earlier.
Work of authors against book bans. As a library kid and current
We're getting ready to make restaurant quality
the transformative power of
spaghetti
library
tonight.
access and the importance of inclusive and diverse storytelling. In and out of schools, libraries are vital to nurturing and uplifting.
He brings a lot of humor to the chat.
And continues to be a liberatory practice. We hope tonight's show will
And I do appreciate that.
your local library.
I mean, and he never says a negative. He never goes hard negative on anybody. I mean, I've never heard him ever, flame somebody, which is pretty amazing on the chat. I mean, it's like his claim to fame.
I want to start with a question I ask all of my guests, which is who are
And he brings very provocative, like an agent provocateur. He'll say something that he knows is going to get people all riled up. And he particularly enjoys when Magda. We always have the engineer versus the college professor, the humanities professor.
The type of legacy that I bring, I think
It's pretty wild.
my
And
parents.
what the hell, I love both of you guys. You're amazing people. I would love to be able to take Magda to lunch and sit down and talk to her. That would be fantastic.
Lots of colors on this pink banner, and at the top we see opening up of a library door with Michael Threets, who is the author of this book. I'm so happy you're here, a celebration of library joy. I'm wondering if you...
Magda, you missed my interpretation, sign language.
The first impression that you have of writer and illustrator for a picture book is that they work really closely together, and that's actually not the case. We work pretty separately, but I was very excited.
Sorry.
And they were looking for an illustrator.
Sorry. Gary class, don't ever go away. Brian, how you doing? Carrie class is...
We connected on Instagram.
I know, Sophiels. I just have to do with that spider. No, but I do miss Witty Widow.
And we got our very first copy of the book, and we met in New York.
And what was that?
I worry about her with her health challenges and everything. I don't think Elmer has ever seen Witty Widow, to be honest with you, Magda.
Calls him a librarian ambassador. He describes himself as a reader, a lover of librarians, or the #1 fan of libraries.
She laughs.
Book, and he's also the host of.
And that's good. She's doing good. Send my regards to her. Tell her I had a dream about her the other night.
And he's just so nice, very kind.
She likes me.
Honestly, it felt like we already knew each other, just because
She's like, Roosevelt, you were so fine. So fine. Tony Balloon. Howard, I'm walking after my leg was taken on. Shit. He'll always be carry class. You always have to carry your class with you. Right? I don't think we need this. Let's go get cooking. Magda's just in time to head into Inside Kitchen Stadium tonight. We're getting ready. We're almost ready to begin the outdoor kitchen stadium season. Yeah. Oh, give me that old Mountain Dew. I fill up my jug and I fill up my mug with that good old Mountain Dew. All right, what is blocking this back here? I'm trying to push this back. I'm not trying to brew anything, dude. All right, there we go. No, the tent is doing great, surprisingly. The tent is doing wonderfully. We just made a beautiful coconut cake on a live stream last Friday night. Delicable. Delicable. We're going to do restaurant quality spaghetti tonight. So what do we need? We need a little bit of Italian seasoning, not a lot, pardon my butt. There's a lot of people that like my butt. Pepper, a little bit of pepper. That's Italian seasoning there. We already pre-cooked our pasta. This is essential that you pre-cook it. We're going to use our nice rescue pan. Oh! Elmer's in Germany. Doobie doobie doo. Boo doobie boo 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 boo. Do 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 do. All right, we got our pan set. We're gonna put a generous bit of olive oil in here. Don't be afraid. And we're gonna throw in some garlic here. And we're not even gonna smash up the cloves. All right. And tomorrow we get to eat meat because we're still in the octave of Easter. And what the hell? Oh, that smelled all of a sudden. Elmer's East German. From Wittenberg. All right, we're gonna put the heat to this baby. We're not even gonna break up that garlic. We're just gonna have it just like that. Elmer's a good guy. Been known Elmer for years. 10, 12 years. We never want to burn the garlic. Yeah, he can take the Autobahn. Elmer worked at the associated with the AWACS Air Force planes. I haven't been to East Germany. I've never been to Germany, Magda. So don't even crush up your garlic. You're going to be removing it here. We're just getting that flavor to hit the oil here, and once you've had this type of spaghetti, you never go back. You need to always have your, you'll see the guys in restaurants always work with these. We're letting that all release in here. And it's a nice bit of garlic for flavoring. Yeah, my daughter liked the Czech Republic. We want to be able to smell that garlic going there. And above all, you don't want to burn your garlic. Now we're going to open a can of diced tomatoes. And we're going to work them right in. We're going to let that reduce. We're going to keep that garlic in there for now. Swiss Alp countries are beautiful. Elmer came over with Adenauer and the East German Stasi and secret police. It took us a while to figure that out. You're also going to want some pasta. I don't have pasta, but I do have tomato paste here, but hold off on that for a bit. It's going to be some of the best spaghetti you ever tasted here. It's amazing. 6 months after the wall came down. That's pretty cool. I've been to England, France, Holland, and Belgium. But that was many, many, many years ago. You want to put that on high heat and really reduce that baby. All right. I always cut my garlic. Yeah, this is in this recipe for restaurant grade, they determine it gives just enough of the infusion that you get the garlic. I was surprised they didn't cut it either. But after a while, if you just leave it in there, the heat forces that to infuse right in there. Now we're going to take our tomato paste and we're going to work a good glop of that in there, just like so. We're going to put in a little bit of Italian seasoning. Just a good shake on that. And that acts as a thickener on there. And you can put a little bit of pepper in there too. This is a very sparse. There's not a lot to this. Not a lot to this at all. We're going to put a little bit of pepper in there. Oh, you can just feel that just aromatically just come up. It's amazing. Amazing. Yeah, but there's another trick here. All right, we're going to turn this off for a second. We're going to remove our garlic here. Get those bits out. Okay. And one more there. We just want to make sure we get them all out. Otherwise, it'll be bitter. Get the heat back on. Okay, now we're going to take our spaghetti. We're going to work that in. I already pre-cooked this spaghetti. You're going to add, get that separated really well. Move that all over. I see one more piece of garlic there. Look at how that, you don't have a broken sauce that goes all over the place. Now we're going to take a little bit of pasta water. Here's the difference. The water that you cook the pasta in is amazing. And it's really, I never knew this before. Until I tried, you add that water in, and those Italian restaurant chefs will tell you that's what really makes the dish. Look at how beautiful that's looking there. That is looking amazing. We just let that keep working down until you get a good uniform. And then we're going to plate that up. You don't have any broken sauce here, where the plate's got a lot of water on it coming out of the sauce. And all of that pasta, which is al dente, is absorbing a good measure does, but this just infuses an incredible amount of flavor into it. Isn't that beautiful? We can sit down here. Yeah, that water is gold. I never knew that before, but that's the truth. I mean, you don't have any broken sauce at all. If you don't know what a broken sauce is, it's like when you put it on the plate and it gets all liquidy. That is just fantastic right there. That is just fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to turn that heat off and just let it sit on that pan. And we're going to try. Always taste, every chef always tests food before it goes out. That just needs a little bit of salt. And that is so good to go. It's unbelievable. And the flavor of it is intense. The flavor of it is intense. Just intense. We're going to try one more taste here. Let's see here. Oh man, that's spot on. That is just perfection. That is just perfection. And then they serve that up. You'll just take that and swirl. Get a good wide hit on that. They have a certain way of lifting. This is where the real skill of being a chef comes in after years and years. They have a certain way of doing that. It makes the plate look very neat. It doesn't get all gooed up all over the place. I prefer just to pull it out and then just enjoy. And then look at that. That is some of the greatest spaghetti that you will have. And there's plenty for like 2-3 meals right here. So please hit the thumbs up button on that. You can serve this with garlic bread. No liquid coming out from all under. I mean, that's a really significant thing. I've gone to so many restaurants. Yeah, I got some parm, thank you. I've gone to so many restaurants where the plate comes out to you and the liquid's all on the plate. I don't have real parm. I got the KRAFT crap. It'll have to do. There we go. That's it. And that was the easiest. That's the easiest spaghetti you'll ever wanna make. Trust me. Well, let's get set up out of here and have a water. Delicious. You can do a lot of different things with it. The trick is that pasta water really gives it something special that you normally wouldn't even think about.
Which was that? Where you recognized
It's
that?
us and them.
Yes.
I might have been about 11.
Oh, wow. And were you still living in India at that time?
Yeah, love was very
It's us and them.
Framework for me. Also, my year of disillusionment with Dutton.
Magnus, you see the movie Gandhi.
Of adventure, and the villain in it had my name. He was called Uma Raya or Raya Uma or something like that, and yeah, I was just shocked. Just totally, that was pure coincidence, I'm sure.
Oh,
She
what a
probably just
treat.
pulled the name out of the air and plugged it in.
All right,
But I began to notice.
let's
that
enjoy.
he's described as dark skin,
Yeah.
and he's described as cunning. Language that had
All right, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen. There we go. Enjoy going for drinks with my boss tomorrow. I didn't think you drank, Kelly.
Clap back to that because we have a multitude of characters and so many different worlds.
Yeah, Gandhi's a great movie.
Because I started reading book under book, this trilogy of books that are so lovely. Can you first share a little bit about what the Book Uncle trilogy is about?
Okay, so
If I was served this
it didn't even start out as a book.
at a restaurant,
And then it didn't quite fit. It wasn't a picture book. It seemed to have more layers than that. It kind of grew. But what
I would be impressed.
was I was visiting my parents in India.
I would be impressed. That's why I'm just going to put up diced tomatoes.
And there was this kid sitting on the sidewalk. It was kind of a broken brick sidewalk.
I mean, that's it. Just a can of diced tomato. It's not just spaghetti.
He was just oblivious.
It's Rancho Kitchen Stadium spaghetti.
On the road, and there were, random goats and dogs running around, and she just was ignoring everything, and she was absorbed in her book. And I remembered
It's delicious.
being that kind of reader as a
And it was
child.
easy to
There
make.
was an election going on at the time as well, and I thought, I wonder what would happen if I put those two things together. And that is how Book Uncle came to be.
Delicious. It's shake and bake, and I helped.
To live with those characters more, so you ended up writing additional books.
That's a very good question. And actually, no, I didn't. I thought I was done. I wrote Book Uncle and Me back in, I'm going to say 2009.
Try it because it doesn't overpower the dish.
2010. It got published originally.
He said sometimes, when you chop it up, you're overemphasizing the garlic. And if people can't pick out a predominant flavor in it, then you have what's called a balanced dish. That nothing dominates.
Then, come the pandemic, and we're all in lockdown.
It's not me. There was a video called How to Make Restaurant Spaghetti. You need to have a stainless pan. Even though Carrie Class disagrees.
Vancouver Public Library, and there were kids zooming in from, some from home, some from their bubbles, some from classrooms, whatever. And we were talking about Book Uncle.
It's a librarian.
One of the kids, I think in third grade maybe, she said, I'm going to write a sequel. And I'm just joshing, right? I said, yeah, should I? And they're all going, yeah, you should, and you should write three because you got three
Man, that's
characters.
good.
They should get Benicia. And I'm like, all right, guys, I'll think about it.
No maintenance, Eddie. We're going to hammer out. Tastes better with that than me, Clark. Now, I don't have many talents, but I'm able to copy stuff that I see.
And, then we were all in lockdown.
Best thing, even better than tomato paste is if you get PASSA, a container of pasta. That's even better. Yeah, he told me you could use aluminum cookery, no problem.
And it was kind of a writing challenge to myself. But honestly, once I started writing Birds on the Brain, which was book 2, it just kind of...
He took great exception.
I hate to say wrote itself, because it just seems,
What's
so
happening?
woo-woo, but it did. It did. The kid came in, he took over, and then a bird flew onto the rooftop, and
Emerald.
there I was.
I don't know.
So that's the story of...
You have to try it.
that
I like a spanking sauce. I don't like a weak ass sauce.
I didn't ask that child's name because I would have absolutely loved to have acknowledged her in the book. But thank you, child from North Vancouver, whoever you are.
That is so amazing. That's by request, by audience request, you fulfilled this goal of the trilogy. And I love that they even said not just a sequel, but a trilogy.
Yeah, because stainless steel is non-reactive.
And that trilogy is really geared, as you were saying, to the second and third grade audience. And so many of your books.
So you'll notice that the great chefs always use stainless
That age that appeals
cookware,
to you,
and they don't use non-stick
show
stuff.
them how they can change the world.
Important. Anyway, guys, it is time for me to close it out. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours. Ina makes good pasta. Yes, I bet she does too. If you've not hit the thumbs up button, guys, I'm going to go close it out. Yeah, it was a great stream tonight, Avion. Thank you for being here. We don't see you too often on stream, but thank you. Thank you to my moderators. Judy, and we got Shimei, we have, who else? I didn't see Scottish here, but Ronnie, thank you for everything that you guys do. I appreciate you. And if you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do so. I got a really funny video tomorrow. It's not often I lose my shit, but I did today. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, everybody.
It doesn't